Turk. Grass drills, film study. It's that time again.
Hey, it's Safety Buddha Baker, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. It's Wolf and Luke live at State Farm Stadium.
And we are live from State Farm Stadium here on this Tuesday morning. It is the Wolf and Luke Show.
This glorious Tuesday morning.
It is a pretty glorious Tuesday morning.
Oh, my
Let's
goodness.
just call it the way it is.
You feel it, my brothers? Can you feel it?
All right, we're out here at State Farm Stadium. This is great, okay? Got a good Kevin Durant quote I'm going to play for you in a little bit. We're going to talk about. That's great.
Okay.
That Diamondbacks game last night was absurd.
Honestly, where do you begin on this one? Where do you begin on this one when you stop and think about it, Luke?
Okay, this is. And I'm being 100% honest
yes,
here.
Please do.
I have the I don't have a recording of the conversation to prove it. But when they were down 6-0, I thought they were coming back. Now, I'm not saying I thought they were going to win.
Right.
But I thought they were going to come back, and it was going to be like 6-4, 6-5, maybe tie it. And I truly felt that. Now, when Miguel Castro made it 8-2, I didn't necessarily feel it then. But when it was 6-0 so early in the game, just the way the Diamondbacks have been hitting and the way they scored 3 in the 10th the day before, I definitely had the conversation with a buddy of mine that this game's not over. They're at least coming back and making this a game. Washington's going to have to score more to win this game. But I'm not going to pretend I thought they were coming back from down 4 in the 9th inning because then there was no game left.
Yeah, no, exactly right. I think you have to start, at least I do, Basin Earnings. This is where I start. I don't think the Diamondbacks could have won this game in a better way. I seriously don't. When you consider the fact that it was Ketel Marte with the 2-run bomb to make it 8-7, and suddenly, guess what, everybody? There's an opportunity. There's a chance for Corbin Carroll to pinch hit, walk it off. Would you say that Corbin Carroll has been struggling, my brothers, right now? Would you say that, this season has been let's just say it the way that it is, a bit of a disappointment?
It has, but doesn't it feel like, I know we keep saying this on the show, doesn't it
feel
like
Luke, say that it has.
It has.
Because it has.
But it feels like lately he's been in the middle of a lot of stuff.
Lately he has.
But
There's no doubt about it.
He's hitting 214.
This season is not last season.
No.
And it has been a disappointment.
No, it is not.
The chaos has not been created on the base. Listen, I don't have to justify it. We all understand Corbin Carroll's not having the year that he had last year. Having said that right now, for him to be the dude, for him to be the guy that walks it off with a 2-run bomb over the right field wall is exactly what this team needed. It's exactly what it is. Do you remember, Corbin, how integral you were to this team last year? Yes.
Is that what you would ask him?
And the fact, yes.
Because he's joining us later in the show, so you can ask him whatever.
Cannot wait for that there, honestly. What time is that?
1:30, Corbin Carroll.
Did you hear that, my brothers, right there? 1:30, Corbin Carroll, the Predator, is going to be joining us right now. And guess what? It looks like he's back. And if there's ever going to be one event that could happen, one at-bat that could bring a brother back, it'd be that one right there.
And
it's his first ever walk-off home run.
First ever pinch hit home run, first ever walk-off home run. Yeah, I mean, all that. I agree with you 100%. You could not draw that game up any better all the way down to him being the one.
Imagine if Corbin Carroll would have failed in that situation. The year he's had, and all of a sudden there he is. Hey, Corbin.
No, it really sucked. I didn't even think of that.
I'm just saying, right?
It happened so quick, he didn't have time to think
Exactly, it did. But just think about it. Once again, the way that could have gone and the way that it did go. Oh, baby.
So I have the stat, I think, right here.
Corbin, you know what? Forget about everything else that has happened this season. This is your time, bro.
I have the stat that I think backs up what I've been feeling about his performance lately, okay? Month of July. Would you say Corbin Carroll's like in the middle of a lot of this stuff? He's on a 6-game hitting streak right now, and he wasn't playing last night. He's got 6 home runs this month.
Think about that.
The vast majority of games this month, he has a hit. He's batting .215 this month.
What did we see in April? What did we see in May? What did we see in June in terms of slug from Corbin Carroll? Just nothing.
Yeah, but that doesn't add up to me. He's hitting .215 for the month of July. It doesn't feel like it. It feels like he's got 6 home runs this month. He's in the middle of he's scoring runs. He's driving in runs this month.
I think he's got 5 home runs in the last 9 games.
Yeah, you are right.
Are you kidding me?
2, 3, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
I think they said that on the broadcast once again.
Yeah, because he's had a couple of these games where he's like pinch hit too. But he has 6 home runs this month. He has driven in 15 this month. He's stolen 8 bases this month. He's scored 19 runs this month.
July.
But he's still only hitting .215 this month. I'm not saying for the season. This month,
well,
he's
gone
only hitting
1 for 5, an awful lot out there, right? 1 for 4, but he's hit a home run.
I guess that's the point. Is I don't really care if he hits .215 the rest of the way if he's going to be making impactful plays like this.
Well, once again, there you go. You're going to be put into that situation right there, and you're going to come through, and you could just feel it, couldn't you? Just see him when he rounded first base, when he realized, oh, my goodness, the helmet almost came off, and you were thinking to yourself, dude, what is that going to do for this young guy? Once again, listen, it doesn't mean he's going to start going 4 for 5 every game. That's not what I'm talking about. It doesn't mean he's going to start driving in runs ad nauseum. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm just saying, you know what, I just kind of felt like this was game 1. This was game 1 for the Predator. Now, we will see how that goes. But, man, the confidence that he's got to have going right now to be put in that situation and walk it off, baby. I just don't think the Diamondbacks could have won that game in a better way.
100%. I mean, you could not pick anybody. If Torey Lovello had the option, hey, you're going to come back and you're going to win this game tonight, Torey. You're down 6-0. You're down 8-2. You're going to come back with 5 in the 9th inning. Who do you want to hit the walk-off home run?
Right.
You wouldn't even have gotten the question out before he would have said Corbin Carroll.
That's
Absolutely.
Great. That's good, Luke.
And the way the 9th inning unfolded, right, where it's like, okay, Alek Thomas with the triple. All right, well, he's on third, and he's still down 4. But obviously Perdomo's going to get a hit because that's what he does in situations like that. Okay. Obviously Ketel Marte is going to hit a home run because he honestly – maybe should win MVP of the National League at this point. Like, we're getting to that point.
Corbin doesn't have a chance to walk that thing off without Ketel Marte. And a lot of other guys, too. Alek Thomas, way to start the inning, bruh. Way to start the inning. And he should have struck out.
He should have.
You see that right there? But, hey, shoulda, woulda,
if you're
coulda.
given a second chance, you better take advantage
you
of
better,
it.
and boy, did he ever. And, Alec, I stand and I applaud right there because we all know it starts with 1, does it not, Alec? And not only that, too, base runners, let me just say this right now. There's an old saying in the game of baseball. All these guys like Mark Gracie loves to say this, too. The game will find you. What do they mean by the game will find you?
I've always loved that in baseball. Like, you can't hide from it
you
in baseball.
Can't hide.
You're not going to, what are you going to do, hide behind the foul pole? If you're playing, the game's going to find you.
The game
Corbin
will
Carroll
find
wasn't even
you.
playing last night in the game.
Wasn't even playing. Was not even playing. And this is the one thing that I love about Torey and the move that he made to say, dude, we know you weren't even playing. We know things have not been going great for you. But you know what, Corbin? You better believe I'm going to pinch hit right now. And I'm going to put you in this game. Torey did it and was rewarded for doing it. And Corbin Carroll, man, once again, to be put into that situation, cha-ching!
Here's Corbin Carroll. Well, here he is, making his Predator sound.
What are you?
Here he is after the game on the walk-off home run.
Just really excited. Just really excited. I mean, after a tough one yesterday, I think it's huge to be able to come out of today with a win. Bro,
you got to up the volume on that one right there, man, especially with the bass line going in the back. Really excited.
I love
You were really excited because he didn't sound really excited.
He's keeping it level,
right?
Right?
That's what I mean. You know, of course.
That did feel, I know, and we're actually going to talk to Mike Hazen tomorrow. That definitely felt like one of those games that was more than 1 out of 162.
Man, I'm telling you.
To come back like that.
Hey, freaky Mike Hazen, that was a big game.
And I do think what you saw on Sunday after Sewald blew the save and Justin Martinez melted down and they still came back and scored 3 in the 10th and almost pulled this off on Sunday too.
Yeah.
I think that's part of it. But obviously you have to actually finish it, and they finished it last night. All right, we come back. The Cardinals put on the pads for the first time this season yesterday. Did you notice that, Wolf? They were So what stood out? It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs Nationals.
There goes Gurriel. The pitch swung on, hit well. Deep to right. Back it goes. Gone! Corbin Carroll! A two-run pinch hit walk-off homer is the final blow of an improbable come-from-behind win as the Diamondbacks take down the Nationals by a final score of 9-8.
D-backs Nationals, Game 2 of 3 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Gotta change my oil.
How about Valvoline Restore and Protect? It restores and protects your engine to run like new.
Get in zone.
It restores your engine to, like, factory clean?
And protects.
Get in zone.
So Valvoline Restore and Protect restores and protects.
Now you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life Oil Filter for $37.99.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Dan Bickley here, and if you've been sentenced to 30 years of debt by your mortgage, I have your solution. The Life Changer loan combines your banking with your mortgage, and it allows you to pay off your mortgage in years, not decades, and then you get decades to build personal wealth, which is how you get ahead. If you're a good fit, this loan will do exactly what it says. It will change your life. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844. Find them online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hi, this is Luis Gonzalez. The Sanderson Ford Summer Sale event is teaming up with the Boys of Summer for the final playoff payoff sale. We're pushing for the playoffs, and you get the payoffs like 0% financing. Plus, no payments for 90 days. Plus, huge cash playoff payoffs of up to $3,000 on new 2024 F-150, Escape, Edge, Explorer, and Expedition. Plus, purchase or lease any new Ford and get 4 tickets to see the D-backs push for the playoffs. So score big now at America's most awarded Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford, and shop with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense during the Sanderson Ford Playoff Payoff Sale. Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
0% for 36 months OAC through Ford Motor Credit. Tickets while supplies last. Offers expire 9/3/24.
Sanderson Ford, satisfaction in everything we do. We're Arizona's pride, Sanderson Ford.
Hey folks, it's Dave Ramsey with a word about investing. One investment you might not think of, even though it's probably the biggest purchase you'll ever make, is your home. So this summer, invest in your home with Window World. You see, Window World replacement windows and doors will help keep your home cooler, reduce your power bills, and increase the value of your home. Plus, your investment is backed by Window World's true lifetime warranty. Call today, and Window World of Phoenix will install 5 large premium sliding windows, all with energy-efficient Solar Zone Sun Shield glass for only $39.63, tax included. At Window World, you get their guaranteed lowest price up front without any hassle. So take care of your home with an investment that will last a lifetime. Call today or schedule online at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Wolf and Luke talking Cards Camp now.
All right, welcome back to the show. Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday morning from State Farm Stadium. Mentioned Corbin Carroll is going to join us at 1:30 today. Darius Robinson is going to join us at high noon, Wolf. I don't know why I said high noon.
Wait a minute. Darius Robinson's joining us.
Yeah.
Okay, man, where's the show sheet?
Maybe we should just not tell Wolf when guests are showing up, because if Darius Robinson just walking up next to you in an hour and a half would have been hilarious.
There it is right there on the show sheet. Are you kidding me? Darius Robinson. Oh.
We also talked about it in the
Boy, did you
pre-show
see
meeting
him?
a half hour ago.
Yeah, well, that's true. But, I didn't know it was going to be today, though.
No,
it was today.
He's going to be right there.
So Darius Robinson is going to be right here, Basin Ortiz. He's going to be on set. He's going to be live, as a matter of fact, on set right now. And we're going to ask him, are you going to literally stand on the edge in a 9 technique and rush the passer? Really? I mean, this is a guy who can line up anywhere across the board. Are you really going to do that? Because if he can do it out on the edge, he can do it anywhere.
I feel like that sounds like a Frank Sinatra song, but I don't think it is. Isn't that the New York song?
I
Not
think
quite
so.
that.
If I can do it here, I can do it anywhere. Whatever, Frank.
He was singing about standing on the edge, right?
Not big on
pass
Sinatra.
rushing. I don't know any Sinatra except that line from that song, and I clearly don't know that line either. When he's here, you're going to have to ask him about lining up against Tip Ryman, right? Because you asked Tip Ryman about lining up against him.
Yeah.
And you asked Monty if Tip and him were going to line up against each other.
I just want to see if they're going to make that happen, too, by the way.
He's
Are
the
they
last
going
guy
to
to
make
ask.
that happen? That will be no accident, okay? If that happens out there on the field, it's going to be no accident. They're going to script that, Luke.
Skyler Murray talking about the first day of pads, how it felt as a quarterback.
Not really. It just, the satisfaction of, making a play feels a little better because it's real, you know what I mean? When pads are off, it's kind of like people have an excuse to say, oh, that wouldn't happen or this, so that I do like.
Here's go ahead with that one. I'll play.
Just going to say this right now. The pads go on, football is real. The pads are off, it's not real. It isn't. If you're not hitting somebody, it's not real. I think we all understand that, and we get that right there. That's why it's great. You know what? Think of the mentality. A guy that is running around, he's a great athlete. He could go out and step in between the white lines and actually play the game of football because he's a great athlete. And his mind is going to say, this is so fun. I love doing this. But now all of a sudden when the pads go on, it changes everything. The paradigm, the context is completely different. Why? Because you might get your face blown off. That's why.
That does change things.
It changes everything.
Changes the equation.
I don't care what position you play, it changes it.
Lorenzo Alexander is joining us today, too. So we can talk to him about a little.
Boy, does Zoe know about blowing people's face off.
When you started talking about that, I was like, yeah, we're going to have Zoe at 12:45 as well. So the second half of the show is pretty well loaded with guests.
Man.
Here's Buda Baker. He was on with Burns and Gambo yesterday. He talked about the first day of pads.
It was very exciting, very exciting, especially being fully healthy. As last year, you guys know, and I tore my hamstring and, coming back about 80%. I'm, trying to play the best football I can play, but I knew I had some more gears in me. But, like you said, control what you can control. And, ultimately I got voted to a Pro Bowl, so that's good, and all the personal accolades is all good, but for me, I'm just trying to win games. I've said earlier in this week, I'm just a sore loser, so that's how I approach the game. I want to win the day. I want to grind. I know it's gonna take a lot of hard work. That's all I'm ready to do, and when the game comes, we're gonna be ready.
Going to be ready to go right there, Buda Baker, man. What a huge impact he has on this team, tangibly and with the intangibles as well. It's one of the reasons why he can go out there and have one interception on the season and yet gets voted to the Pro Bowl by his peers. And we know also it's a fan vote as well, of course. We understand that. And his peers. It's a mixture of all that.
Nobody likes to play against him.
Nobody.
Just not.
Nobody likes to do it.
We all heard the Mike Tomlin
audio
that one time.
The respect is out there. Yeah. Even if he only has one pick, players know players. And that's why they vote Buda Baker into the Pro Bowl.
The interceptions, though, I mean, that's the only hole you can find in his game. It's just that stat. I mean, everything else about his game, if this was Madden, his rating would be 99 on everything except that. Here's more from Buda talking about Marvin Harrison Jr. on the first day in pads.
I'm tagging off on Marvin. I'm tagging off. No hitting Marvin.
No hitting Marvin.
No hitting Marvin. Okay. I'm tagging off.
All right. So even with the pads on, certain guys you'll shy away from. Pull your punch a little
Marvin.
bit. Yeah.
I might try to hit the ball, but he does a great job of holding the ball with two hands when he's in traffic. But no hitting Marvin.
No hitting Marvin.
Yeah.
That's the rule. No hitting Marvin.
I like the fact he's not going to hit Marvin. That's okay. That's great right there. I mean, but he is a rookie. Marv's got he's a rookie.
Yeah, we don't want to lay out Marv in camp. That's a good way to not get a contract
You don't have to lay him out, though, Buddha.
Buddha hits at 100%. Buddha's not like, hey, I shoved
That's true.
you.
That's true.
So I approve of his no-hitting Marvin policy.
He's a rookie, though. Why not? Once, just jack him up a little.
Yeah,
hey, how you doing? Rookie, you going to bring it?
Do you have to say it in that accent, too?
I'm just saying right now he's a rookie. It's amazing the way rookies are treated today in 2024 as opposed to 1984. Okay, can I tell you right now, the transformation of the game is incredible.
Is it that different, though, if you were the first overall pick in 1984? Would it have been that different?
Yeah.
Really?
No, it was completely different, Luke.
But I'm saying, like who was the first pick of the 1984 draft? It was a quarterback, wasn't it? I mean, I'm guessing they weren't
I have no idea.
Laying them out.
I don't have it in front of me.
Wasn't that a famous
right
draft?
now? I don't know. I was drafted in '85.
You're the one
I
that
have
brought
no
up
idea.
1984.
No, I know, but I said 1984. George Orwell, of course. 1984.
Oh, whatever. There was
whatever. And it was 2024, 1984. Luke, come on.
Dan Marino, whenever he was drafted.
Dan the man. Are you kidding me?
Are they just laying out Dan Marino in practice because he's a rookie?
Why not? Wax his back. That's what they would have done. I'll guarantee you that's what he did back then. We used to haze rookies. That's what you did back then.
Well, no hitting Marvin.
Let me tell you, I've told some stories about what they used to do.
Yes, you have. Here's Monty Ossenfort. He was on with us yesterday.
Knock on your door at 11 o'clock at night.
And I'm going to
run,
play this cut as fast as possible.
Yeah, Wolf, and I'd say, really it's going to start with the offense and defensive line because, we've seen these guys.
I knew that, Monty.
I knew you'd think. You might have been leading me into that there a little bit. Okay. But I would say, we've evaluated these guys moving around, and you can see more, I'd say, from the movement of the skill players, right, in the spring and what we've done so far.
Yeah.
But it's the true evaluation of the O&D line is going to start today. And when we see, on the offensive line who can move people off the ball, defensive line who can sit in there and anchor and shed blocks, linebackers who can come downhill, I think that evaluation part of it for that front seven on defense and the front on offense, that really starts this afternoon.
Super simple, man. It really is. And it's great because you can actually see it live. We'll do it live, and you can see it live. And yet at the same time, the best instruction comes hours later when you're sitting in the film room. You're sitting in the tape room. You're sitting there in the meeting room. You're going over all these plays. Your coach is greasing it up on the grease board right there. And all of a sudden he said, okay, now we're going to watch practice from today. And he sits down and boom, you watch it. And that's where you can see it. And that's where you can get coached and receive that coaching to a point where it's going to make you better at some point in time. If you absorb it, if you look at what the coach is saying, it will make you better. There's a lot of guys that don't want to look at where they need to get better, Basinonians. I've talked about this for years. Just don't want to see it. You know what? This is what I do well. They want you to look at what they do well, and they don't want you to look over here at what they don't do so well. Okay? But the best players, man, they're focused on what they don't do well. They're not focused on what they do well. They're focused on what they don't do well. Walter Payton, oh my goodness, he was so like this. He was his own worst critic. So tough on himself. Now, I know we could say, well, it was easy. He's the greatest running back that ever played in the NFL. But he was so critical of himself. I know this because I had the opportunity, the unbelievable honor, to sit next to him out at the Pro Bowl for 2 years in a row. It's just the best moment of my career ever. Because I sat there and I got to talk to him about just that.
John Elway, number 1 overall pick in 1983. If you're on his team, you're waxing his back, as you said.
Yeah, you know what, John? Hey, your jaw's a little square. We're going to try to make it even more square.
He probably would have been asked to be traded again.
Yeah, and I guarantee you John Elway was hazed. That's what they did back then. That's what they did. And not saying it's right or wrong, I just guarantee you right now, man, they weren't letting John Elway just walk around like he owned the place.
Man, there really weren't a lot of QBs going early in your draft, was there? Randall Cunningham was the first one off the board in the second round. Is that right?
Randall Cunningham. Wow, really?
That can't be right. I don't know. More on this as the show unfolds. There's no way that's accurate. All right, if you subscribe to the Wolf and Luke Show podcast, subscribe right now on your iPhone or Android. You will never miss any of the show. It's the Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by FanDuel. When we come back, are the Suns being underestimated this season? And is that maybe a good thing? It's the Wolf and Luke Show on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals have begun doing this and this. Practice is open to the public, and Arizona Sports is there with Wolf and Luke and Burns and Gambo, bringing you the sights and sounds from Cardinals training camp. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Get more of this, and this from the Cardinals and Arizona Sports on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you know what I'm talking about? That's what I'm talking about right now. The summer sale, Basinonians, is going on at Brooklyn Betting. That's right, you can get everything in-store and online for 25% off. Cha-ching! You know when it comes to building a better mattress, Brooklyn Betting, they literally own it. The company designs and manufactures all of its bedding in their very own state-of-the-art factory right here in the Basin. Then they go ahead and they ship the product to you directly, and they pass the savings directly onto you as well. Oh, 25% off going on right now at Brooklyn Betting with patented materials and advanced technology and meticulous attention to detail. Brooklyn Betting is affordable luxury for you. They have free shipping anywhere in the Basin. Go to brooklynbetting.com for more information. That's brooklynbetting.com. Brooklyn Betting, Arizona built for America's dreams.
Trying to fight the Arizona sun all day, working outside, or trying to sneak in a workout after putting in a full day at the office can leave you dehydrated and fatigued, and I have found a product that checks all the boxes for my life, and I'm sharing it with you. Hydrate and recover from Wilderness Athlete. Dave Burns here, low in sugar, high in electrolytes, amino acids, and super convenient with the individual packets. Say goodbye to post-workout struggles and hello to optimal muscle repair. Get yours today at wildernessathlete.com. Use keyword Burns at checkout for an extra 20% off.
Ah, summer is here. Time for video calls, eating lunch at your desk, and navigating office politics.
Wait, that's not what summer's for.
But my inbox is full.
Inbox schminbox. Life is short. Summer is for getting away. Bring on the beach, the national parks, the music festivals. We gotta get out of here.
This summer, get away from the monotony in the Hyundai you've always wanted. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on right now. You can get the hottest deals of the season on many of our award-winning Hyundai models, like the tech-filled Tucson, the spacious Palisade, or the super stylish Elantra. Ignore those meeting invites and get away with the peace of mind that comes with America's best warranty. But get going, because these deals won't last. Add more joy to your journey at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Lease a Tucson for only $269 a month, or get 1.99% APR for 60 months plus $500 bonus cash. See your local Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end July 31st. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
No one knows the importance of a great assist more than Lowe's and Leo Messi. That's why we've teamed up to give MVPs Pro Rewards members 10 times the points when Messi makes an assist during CONMEBOL Copa America USA 2024. Activate this offer starting June 20th, so when Messi assists, you score. Shop the day after an assist to earn those extra points. Not an MVPs Pro Rewards member? Join today.
Okay, we've got an hour to clean both cars. Grab the buckets. Cool. I picked up some 303. Their aerospace protectant is awesome, so we're going to try some of their other stuff. Grab me that bottle of wash.
Whoa, that smells amazing.
Yeah, that citrus is nice. Okay, now hand me the hose.
Hey!
I don't see a bucket yet.
303 Car Care, driven by quality. Available at most auto retailers and Amazon.
At the UPS Store, we get it. Being a small biz owner requires grit and hustle, but you don't have to do it alone. We've got your back. You put your heart and soul into your biz, we put ours into packing and shipping. While you're keeping track of your custom-made orders, our mailboxes are keeping your packages safe. Because we're here to help you be unstoppable with shredding, printing, notary, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
I'm Jesse Morrison with the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical.
There goes Gurriel. The pitch swung on, hit well. Deep to right. Back it goes. Gone! Corbin Carroll! A 2-run pinch hit walk-off homer.
That was Corbin Carroll capping off a 5-run bottom of the ninth as the Arizona Diamondbacks took down the Washington Nationals 9-8 last night at Chase Field. While the Snakes won the game, they did lose a key player. Christian Walker exited the game with what the D-backs described as left oblique soreness. The D-backs and Nationals play again tonight. Ryan Nelson goes up against former D-back Patrick Corbin. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Olympics continue from Paris. Head on over to arizonasports.com as we have updates on how athletes with Arizona ties are doing at the games. The latest is brought to you by highestprice.com. Thinking of selling your home and would like the highest price for your home? Go to highestprice.com. That's highestprice.com. Receive multiple cash offers and start packing.
Hey, it's Gambo. The MLB trade deadline is fast approaching. We'll bring you right up to the deadline and get you all the latest around the D-backs and their NL wildcard foes. Join us at 2 on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, trade deadline's today. You know, we'll get back into baseball here shortly, but I don't know. Now I'm wondering if the Diamondbacks might actually need to add somebody else. So we'll get into that in a little bit. Wolf, you found this quote, though. There's a lot kind of circling with the Suns right now. We were looking at, what the possibilities of the starting lineup look like if Tyus Jones is really in there. What does that make you extremely small as a starting lineup? Do you just move Bradley Beal to the bench? Is he cool with that? If he is, you got probably the best sixth man in the league. You can just hand him the Sixth Man of the Year award right now. But you found this quote from Kevin Durant, and he was talking to Mark J. Spears of Anscape. It's a good quote. I'll read it right here. He says, "I'm excited about the season, Bud, his staff, and our team. We're getting another year to just get comfortable with one another. Also, we've been underestimated so far this summer since the season ended with a sweep. We deserve to be underestimated as a team, but I like that we'll be able to play a more chip on our shoulders coming in here next season to prove some people different."
Wow. Man, do I love that quote right there from KD. And the reason being is because it's so accountable. It starts with being accountable. It just does. I like the fact, Basinonians, that he said, you know what, we should be undervalued.
That's definitely your favorite line from that quote.
Without a doubt. Yeah. He's speaking the truth right there. It's an admittance. It's an admission that he's got to get better as well, right? You have to get better. Not only him, but as a team, you have to do it. And also, I like the fact that he pointed out that, you know what? It's just going to be another chip on the shoulder. Now, you know me. I think you ought to be internally motivated. Internally motivated. Internally motivated. Never, ever, ever will I depart from that. Yet at the same time, I will tell you that there have been some notables, some notable players that have taken external factors and allowed it to motivate them internally. There have been guys. Tom Brady is one of these guys. Michael Jordan has
Aaron
pointed
Rodgers.
it out. Now, again, nobody's going to ever be able to convince me Tom Brady and Michael Jordan are not internally motivated.
And that's the thing, right? Your baseline is you're internally motivated.
Correct.
If somebody wants to throw some external motivation on top of that, then you get one of the greatest of all time.
And I think this is what I have come to learn. Okay, even at 61 and Savage right now, based on it, still
as long as
learning.
You're still Savage, you're good.
Still learning as we're broadcasting right now. I think I've come to recognize that externally it can. Now, it doesn't mean that it's going to last with you forever.
Well, you can't count on external motivation.
Exactly right, and that's the reason why, once again, I love the fact that Katie said we should be undervalued right now. You know what? We should be. Look at us and say, yeah, you know what? These guys, they're going to have to prove it to us. And that's exactly what they're going to have to do, and I hope they do.
I'm coupling this with I have the quote in my head where he was talking to Kellen Olson during camp, right, during Team USA camp. And he said something similar. Just in the sense of, he said, I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but he was basically like, I'm not used to coming into a season being on an overlooked team. And that stood out to me when that happened. That was a couple weeks ago.
Man.
Because when you think about Kevin Durant's pretty much seen everything in basketball, right? He's won 3 gold medals. He's the Team USA's all-time leading scorer. He's finals MVP a couple times. He's bounced around the league by choice. He's going to go down in history as one of the 10 greatest players of all time. But it was interesting to hear him say, I don't know that I've really ever come into a season with my team being overlooked. The Suns are definitely going to be overlooked going into next season. That is undeniable. Now, whether you feel like they're not any good or not, I mean, they are good. I don't understand the people that are like, that's not a good team. But either way, they're going to be overlooked.
Yeah.
And as he just said, they probably deserve to be underestimated because they got swept in the first round.
Yeah, you know what's so cool about it, too? You have to ask yourself this. Who's overlooking them? Who's going to do that? Because I don't think NBA players are going to overlook them.
And that's
I don't.
really all that matters.
And it does. I don't think NBA players are going to overlook them. I don't think NBA coaches are going to overlook them. I think the media is going to overlook them. And that's the one thing that I also take a little bit of solace in as well. Look.
I would say fans are probably overlooking them too. I mean, there's a lot of good teams in the Western
Well,
Conference.
I guess I'm using the media to get to the fans,
Okay.
the masses that are out there, of course, right? And so much of the time, whatever the media says, fans typically, either, depending on what side you're on, they're either going to lament that or they're going to applaud whatever somebody says, if they agree, of course, with their take. But I guess what I'm saying more than anything else is just, I like it. I like the truth. I want to hear the truth. And I love this from KD that he's telling the truth.
They are, I just looked it up, 10th on FanDuel in NBA title odds. So 10th out of 30 is just kind of like, you're a team.
Yeah.
You know, you're above average.
You're good.
Nobody's really taking you seriously as a title contender if you're 10th out of 30. What are they? 35-1. So I guess basically the same as the Lakers. Right there with like Orlando and Memphis.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, that's
you've got new pieces, of course. They have a different roster, no doubt about that. I think to me it's a better roster than what they had last year. But for me, it's all about Coach Bud and what he's going to do. The fact that he's bringing his culture, his paradigm. It's going to change everything. The pieces are there, but the dough is going to be changed.
It is interesting how much they were able to change things from last year. Like, if you look at the way the season ended, and they obviously had to try to make some changes, but there wasn't really a whole lot of room to make those changes. Now you've changed your head coach. You've changed your coaching staff. You've changed the way you're going to play. You've added 2 point guards, so you've changed things in that direction as well. On top of the fact that you're hoping just another year with Durant and Booker and Beal is going to make them collectively better. I don't think you're looking for better stats from Durant and Booker, but just collectively you're hoping that continuity helps right there too. But I'm still a little surprised how much they were able to change things. I mean, they might be like a really small just team that goes out there and tries to outscore everybody. That's not what they were last year.
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, I like the fact that KD is speaking as well and telling the truth right now. And I'm hoping that Devin Booker, you know how I feel about this. I'm hoping that Devin Booker is going to look at this and say, you know what, that's great, man. KD, he's on board. He's telling the truth. And that matters. You have to do that. If you want to get better, I don't care what it is you're doing, Basin Audience. If you want to get better at anything, you have to tell the truth. And I like the fact that Katie is doing this, yet at the same time, it reminds me even more that it really does. It's got to be Devin Booker that is the leader in that locker room. I don't like saying it's Devin Booker's team. I hate that terminology. I can't stand it. It's everybody's team. Every member of that team, it's all of yours. It's not Devin Booker's team. It's not Kevin Durant's team. I hate that terminology. They need a leader. They need somebody who's going to step forward and be that guy on the court, both ways, offensively and defensively, and somebody who's going to talk about it as well. Somebody who's going to hold others accountable because he's going to hold himself more accountable.
You're constantly on Instagram, just constantly scrolling. It's out of control. Did you see Devin Booker's post where he was just kind of – Booker doesn't really post a ton, but he was walking around Paris, right, and with his teammates.
36 unbothered.
And at one point, he just pans the camera over, and Katie and Diana Taurasi are talking, and he's like, "Oh, they have all the gold medals," and they just went back to what he was doing.
That's great.
All right, when we come back, how does Kyler Murray feel about this team with training camp now in full swing? He talked to the media yesterday. We'll get you some of what he had to say next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When we feel divided, we look to something that can bring us together. It's time to do something powerful and meaningful for kids who need your help. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's begins Monday, August 12th. Keep listening to hear how you can make a difference for Arizona kids and families.
Become a champion of hope and help the kids at Phoenix Children's.
The Give-a-thon is presented by Your Valley Hyundai dealers and Ak-Chin Indian Community.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. I am with the man from Revitalize, Dr. Abood. Is it possible to lose weight and actually enjoy the process?
Our program allows you to eat grocery store food, and there's no calorie counting, so hunger is really not an issue on our program. The majority of our clients will let you know that their energy has improved dramatically, and they're no longer in need of that afternoon nap or that sluggish feeling during the midday. But also, we have a team approach, and you will have a tailor-made program specific to your dietary needs, and you'll have one of our nutritionists walk you through the entire program, so there's no periods where you're left alone and struggling to find answers.
Visit Dr. Abood and his team at Revitalize Weight Loss, Arizona's #1 holistic and sustainable solution for fast weight loss. Learn your metabolic age, visceral fat rating, and much, much more with your free initial consultation and body composition analysis. Book your initial no-obligation free visit at revitalizeweightloss.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
In this Arizona heat, hopefully your air conditioning at home is doing its job. But if it goes out, call Parker & Sons. They have been serving the Valley for 50 years, and they were just voted #1 by consumers in Ranking Arizona for the 15th year in a row. That's because when you have an emergency, Parker & Sons sends a pro your way in minutes, not days, and they will never charge you extra during nights, weekends, or holidays. So for all things heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical, call Parker & Sons at 602-2REPAIR.
The D-backs take on Bryce Harper and the Philadelphia Phillies for a 4-game weekend series starting August 8th. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Got any great lease specials this month, Chris?
What's up, Dave? I sure do. This month, we are all about the Hummer EV. We've got a large variety on the lot, which means we have your perfect fit. All month long in July, you can lease a Hummer EV for $0 down and monthly payments starting just under $1,000 for 36 months.
Nowhere can you buy or lease a GMC for less. Visit Chris off Bell Road in Peoria or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, it's Gamble. Mortgage rates are making news every day, but what's putting the worst financial squeeze on people isn't mortgage rates, but credit card interest rates, which can be higher than 24%. But there's hope. My friends at the Lund Mortgage team can help you take back control and get you out from under those high balance and high interest debts by consolidating your debt with a home equity line of credit. Some of their clients are saving $1,000 or more each month. That's like getting a $12,000 tax-free salary increase. You owe it to your family to learn more. So visit them online today at lundmortgage.com. That's lundmortgage.com.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Wolf and Luke talking Cards Camp now.
All right, welcome back to the show. Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday morning out here at State Farm Stadium as the Cardinals get ready for another practice a little bit later on this afternoon. Wolf, we got to hear from Kyler Murray yesterday after practice. Maybe I'm wrong here. I believe this is the first time we've really heard from him since we talked to him on the show last month. Is that right? I don't really think I've heard him
I
speak
think so,
much
Luke.
since then. Okay. Wolf
How was
immediately
that for an endorsement?
looked to Erin to see what the answer was. She looked back at him like, do your show. And he said, yeah, I think so. So now that we've cleared that up, he was asked yesterday if parts of the offense are clicking better than maybe he expected.
No, I mean, to answer that, I think, he, Drew, Izzy, even JG in a sense, like those guys haven't been around me my whole career. They played me maybe once. So they get a glimpse of it, but do they really understand or, what type of player I am and what I can fully, do? No, I think, as a coach, yeah, you get a little surprised or at least that's what I would like to do is surprise them on, how good of a player I can be. So, yeah, I take that as a compliment.
Yeah, I'd take that as a compliment.
It sounds like he's saying,
well.
I'm going to put that in the positive category.
I'm going to put that in the positive category right there. And you know what? Once again, are you listening, Basinonians? Are you listening to Kyler Murray? Can you hear the encouragement in his voice? He is encouraged. Now, listen, I know he's in a better situation. He's in a better place right now than we've seen in the past, of course. He really loves JG, the mentoring of JG, this coaching staff, this new regime completely. But it's not just that. As a matter of fact, this is me, and I don't know. I haven't asked Kyler this. This is me. I think it's a small part of why he sounds so different. More than anything else, it's because he sees a way. He sees a path for him to be one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. He sees a way for that to happen because of this offense of Drew Petzing.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought, right? Because it felt like in the past, it wasn't just him. It just kind of felt like the team didn't have a whole lot of direction for a stretch there. They had that good start to the 2021 season, but for the most part, especially in 2022, it kind of felt like, all right, where is this all going? And then he gets hurt, right? When you're working on something and all of a sudden, like, the path opens, but you're not there yet. You still have to go through it, just all these steps you have to take. But there might be something to what you're saying where he's like, wait a minute, there is actually a path to me being really good. I just got to lock in and do it now.
Honestly, once again, I'll tell you why I feel that way, brothers, but it's a situation where when things went bad with Kyler Murray before he blew his knee out, he was in an offense that was a dying offense in this league. He was in an offense that was all about the spread, all about the spread, all about the spread. And there are few teams that do that now. Few teams that are able to get away from it. But when you run an offense that is his base, it was more a college offense than it was an NFL offense. And it was one of the reasons why defenses started catching up with Kyler Murray, started catching up with Cliff Kingsbury, started catching up.
It felt like Aaron Donald figured it out and just posted it online somewhere. And it's like, here, just do this, do these three things, and you'll shut the Cardinals down.
You can't be so base. You cannot be so base. You can't. It's got to be a situation where you are diverse in the game of football. If that defense knows what's coming, even if you're going to say, who's got the ball, who's got it, if they know, they're going to figure it out and they're going to bury it.
Here's more from Kyler. He was asked if the sense of urgency to win right now has increased.
Yeah, I mean, I've never, I'm not used to losing, so, I mean, I know it sounds cliche. It's been 5 years. It's going on 6, so haven't won yet. So, the sense of urgency is definitely there. You never know, when the game's going to be taken away from you. You never know how long you're going to be playing. So, my goal is to be the best, and that's since I was 4 years old. That's my dream was to be a quarterback in the NFL, win Super Bowls, and that's what I strive to do every single day.
The sense of urgency is there right now. Yeah, you know what? Honestly, it's got to be there. I think football was taken away. This is something Paul Calvisi talks an awful lot about. And the fact I didn't call him Paulie right there is truly remarkable.
Makes me think you're going to say something really serious.
Well,
right now.
and that's what I'm going to say.
Okay.
I'm going to say something serious. He says he believes that for the first time, football was taken away from Kyler Murray. And Kyler Murray had an opportunity to say, wow, this really stinks. And had an opportunity to experience life without football, when that's what his whole life has been for the most part, has been about football. So I think it's a salient observation by Paulie.
I don't know how you can hear what Kyler Murray just said in that quote and not feel like that's a huge part of this. I mean, he just said flat out what a lot of people have been sort of suspecting has pushed him down this path. He was used to winning his whole life. He gets to the NFL. He's not winning. Then he gets hurt. And it's like, okay, I mean, the first year, it's frustrating to lose. Maybe the second year it's frustrating. But you just figure, like, okay, I'm going to figure this out. Like, come on, I'm Kyler Murray. Look what I did in college. Look what I did in high school. I drafted in 2 different professional sports. I'm going to figure this out. But then your team doesn't figure it out, and then you get hurt so badly you miss a year. And he just said it right there. It's like, it's already like year 5, year 6. And he flat out said, football, you never know when it can be taken away from you. So, I mean, it's not shocking to hear him say that, but I think he's really just kind of verbalizing what a lot of people have suspected has kind of changed, or at least narrowed his focus over the last year.
And again, I've talked about this before in the past, but stop and think about this, man. He went from shotgun, spread the field, and here we go, to an NFL offense that includes under center, in the pistol, in the shotgun, all different kinds of personnel groups, huddling, calling plays, checking out of plays. I mean, he has expanded his ability to run an offense in the year 2024 of our Lord. He has expanded it. He's evolved, and this offense has evolved because of it. And I think more than anything else, he sees the light, man. He knows, I can do this. I can go shotgun. I can go pistol. I can go under center. I can operate. I can go under center not for 3 or 4 snaps a game. I can go under center for 30, 35 if we have to. And he's done it, by the way.
How about this cut real quick? He was asked about going from Lincoln Riley to Cliff to Drew Petzing now.
Yeah, no, I love being with Drew. Drew and Izzy have been great. Drew's kind of like, I won't say a robot, but he's kind of, he's very smart. Very, very smart. Always has an answer for, any question that we have, he has an answer for. I love the attention to detail. I'm big on the attention to detail, and he's huge on it. So just working with him allows us not only, to be confident, but understand that he knows what he's talking about, and that gives us something to buy into and really push for.
There it is right there. He knows what he's talking about. And I think Drew Petzing, I call him the gremlin, but,
Well, he almost just called him a robot.
I know, he called him a robot right there. I call him the gremlin because this guy is diminutive, yet at the same time, he's got the biggest, massive philosophy as to how the game of football ought to be played, and I stand and applaud. That big philosophy is a club. That's what Drew Petzing believes in, and I love that mentality.
Did you clear it with him yet that you're going to call him the gremlin?
I haven't, and
okay.
I have to pull him aside at some point in time. It's just kind of hard. When am I going to do that?
Maybe in the middle of a game.
In the middle of practice or something
Drew,
like that.
Can you come over
Drew,
here while
will you come over here for a minute right now?
I just want to know if I could call you a gremlin.
Yeah, right, because you know what? It's a compliment.
Well, so now we've heard you call him that. We've heard Kyler almost call him a robot. When we had Kyler on with us, he almost called him a genius. So he's some sort of robot gremlin genius.
Yeah, that's what he is right there,
It's not bad.
And you're going down at some point in time. I just love it, what I'm seeing right now. I want to riff on 12 personnel like I've never riffed on 12 personnel.
Look at that. We got to go to break.
We do have to go to break. We have no time to do it. But I will tell you, brothers, at some point in time, and I think I'll do it when practice actually starts, I will tell you why 12 personnel is not 12 personnel. I will tell you what, it can be whatever you want to make it.
I love how you're pretending you're going to wait 3 hours. You're just going to talk about it during the break.
No,
that's what's going to happen.
No, I won't. I won't do it. I'm not going to talk about it. I want to surprise you.
Okay.
I want to surprise everybody here on set, as a matter of fact. When does 12 personnel turn into 21 personnel and vice versa?
That's at 145.
Is it?
Yeah.
145.
Well, because you can't do that with Corbin Carroll at 130. He's gonna be
that's
like,
right.
I
Corbin
went on
will
their
be
show,
like, Wolf, what are you talking
and he
about?
kept talking about 12 personnel, and I got confused.
Did you see I jacked the ball over the wall last night? Did you see that?
Remember the walk-off home run I hit? Yeah, enough about that, Corbin. Let's talk about when 12 personnel isn't 12 personnel. So you can do that at 145.
Okay, 145.
Practice will be going, and maybe I'll get some food. It'll be great. All right, when we come back, another injury to the Arizona Diamondbacks. Like, seriously, that did happen last night, and we're going to have to we have to reconcile it next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Man, summer is here, and we're right in the middle of it right now. You don't want to move yourself. Do not do that, man. I mean, Ron Wolfley reporting. No one wants to move in the heat, of course. Let the professionals over at Moving Team 6 take care of you. They'll take care of you, Basinonians. They'll take care of your family. They'll take care of your belongings as well. Whether it's a local move, maybe you're just going to move from, I don't know, Paradise Valley to Scottsdale or vice versa, right? Maybe it's a long-distance situation where you're going to move across the Southwest, maybe across the country. Whether it's commercial or residential, whatever it is, Moving Team 6, they got you. They're the professionals, and they got you. They offer packing services, and they have a storage at an air-conditioned facility right here in Phoenix. Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Hey folks, it's Dave Ramsey with a word about investing. One investment you might not think of, even though it's probably the biggest purchase you'll ever make, is your home. So this summer, invest in your home with Window World. You see, Window World replacement windows and doors will help keep your home cooler, reduce your power bills, and increase the value of your home. Plus, your investment is backed by Window World's true lifetime warranty. Call today, and Window World of Phoenix will install 5 large premium sliding windows, all with energy-efficient Solar Zone Sun Shield glass for only $39.63, tax included. At Window World, you get their guaranteed lowest price up front without any hassle. So take care of your home with an investment that will last a lifetime. Call today or schedule online at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
With tens of thousands of satisfied patients across America, it's no surprise QC Kinetics gets 5-star reviews.
I'm feeling on top of the world because of QC Kinetics.
I'm able to do the things that I wasn't able to do for a long time.
I can recommend them highly. I would recommend QC to anybody. QC Kinetics has changed my life.
I couldn't believe it. I honestly was skeptical, but the pain went from a 10 to a 0.
Real people with real lasting relief from joint pain.
QC Kinetics Regenerative Medicine is regenerating me.
It was super successful, and I recommend everyone seek out QC Kinetics as an alternative to surgery.
This non-surgical approach is definitely the future.
I tell as many people as possible. I am an ambassador. I love QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine. No drugs, no surgery. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, as I and many others close in our retirement, we're getting bombarded with this information about, annuities. Everybody should do an annuity. Give me your thoughts on those.
Well, Gambo, we just left one of the lowest interest rate environments in history. Advisors were advertising annuities on the radio and at live seminars saying guaranteed 7% income. But never forget, income is what you take. Interest is what you make. And retirees or pre-retirees are on their second or third year of seeing no return at all on those investments.
And there's tons of fees involved in a lot of these annuities, right?
Oftentimes, people have these riders that I believe are completely useless and expensive. and they need to start making more on their money.
If you bought an annuity and you're concerned with the low returns and want a second opinion, call 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical.
There goes Gurriel. The pitch swung on, hit well. Deep to right. Back it goes. Gone! Corbin Carroll! A two-run pinch hit walk-off homer.
That was Corbin Carroll capping off a 5-run bottom of the 9th inning as the Arizona Diamondbacks took down the Washington Nationals 9-8 last night at Chase Field. While the Snakes won the game, they did lose a key player. Christian Walker exited the game with what the D-backs described as left oblique soreness. The D-backs and Nationals play again tonight. Ryan Nelson goes up against former D-back Patrick Corbin. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Olympics continue from Paris. Head on over to ArizonaSports.com as we have updates on how athletes with Arizona ties are doing at the games. The latest is brought to you by Four Peaks 4 Seats. Text SEATS to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets to the Saturday, August 10th D-backs home game versus the Phillies, plus food and beverage credit. That's SEATS to 620-620.
I want to know who my representing here tonight. Hold on.
Hey, it's Mitch, and we have an action-packed Burns and Gambo show for you today. We're going to be joined by Diamondbacks reliever A.J. Puck and NFL Network's Jamie Erdahl on the Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Something for y'all to cut up to, you know?
Well, a thrilling come-from-behind win for the Arizona Diamondbacks last night. And thrilling is me underselling it, really. 5 runs in the 9th. Corbin Carroll walks off the Washington Nationals. What a way to start a series, by the way. And by the way, we'll see you again tomorrow, Washington. So don't ever feel comfortable in a game, even if you're up 8-2 and Miguel Castro's on the mound. It wasn't all good, though, last night, Wolf. In fact, it was kind of a roller coaster, really, because Jordan Montgomery came out, did not pitch well. And the Diamondbacks showed some life, but Christian Walker got hurt, and the Diamondbacks came back and won. But the Christian Walker injury and the timing of it, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out now. This is Torey Lovello after the game.
It's not minimal. He's going to get some imaging tomorrow morning, and, he's a very tough player. And I blame myself in a lot of different ways for this because I asked him to go out there every day. He's only had probably, 18, maybe 24 innings off this year. So that's on me. I got to be a little bit better at managing him, and I will once he gets out of this little situation. So hopefully we get real good results tomorrow morning. If we do, he'll avoid a stint on the IL, but we won't know until tomorrow morning.
I mean, there's a lot in that quote right there, Wolf. For Torey Lovello to say it's not minimal leads me to believe it's not minimal. Like he wouldn't just say that for effect, obviously. In fact, if anything, he would sugarcoat it, you would think. He also said in there, it's on me for playing him too much. I mean, people usually get on Torey for not playing guys enough. Like Ketel Marte sat out on Sunday. Really? Let's just play Ketel every inning for the rest of time.
Yeah.
So I would assume Torey's going to get even more conservative with that approach with his players. But the other part of this is like the trade deadline's today. Can you even replace Christian Walker if you have to?
Oh, man. It's so funny you bring up the trade deadline because, Luke, as you well know, there were a lot of people that thought he was being pulled from the game because maybe
it looked weird.
Exactly. Maybe they were going to move him. Maybe he'd been traded. Maybe they had an agreement.
That would have been such
There
a
were a
weird
lot of people that were
message to the
speculating
team.
on that stuff.
Timing. Everybody's on edge this week.
That's right, at the time. So, listen, I don't think that would be the case ever. And the reason being is because this is a team that is showing a ton of fight right now, and Christian Walker is a huge part of that fight going forward. I mean, how in the world do you sell us and sell the clubhouse on the fact that you're a better team without Christian Walker? We went ahead and made this move right here. We'll have Kevin Newman actually play first base. You're going to be a better team. Now go win and get into the playoffs, please, okay? I mean, how could you say that?
You can't.
You could not say that to that clubhouse. So I never, ever had a thought that Christian Walker was going to be traded at the deadline. Now, if things would have gone poorly over the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever it may be, leading up to the deadline, that might actually change, but not now. No way, no how.
When we had Hazen on earlier this month, and I think it was when you were gone, he basically said, like, look, I want to buy. I'm geared to buy. We already invested a lot in this team. I want to buy. But I got to see how this month plays out, obviously. The month has played out really well. So it would not make any sense now for them to do that. But at the same time, the timing was weird. And him being injured isn't any better. You know what I mean? I would argue it's worse because he, in so many ways, has been just like the soul of this team. And he's the guy, I know Cattell, it feels like Cattell hits a home run every night now.
Yeah.
But Christian Walker's your power hitter. And he's your Gold Glove first baseman.
Oh,
and he's
how many plays has he made at first base? When you think of this run they're on right now, it's 31-19, I believe, in their last 50 games. This run they're on base at Indians. Think of how many plays C-Woke has actually made over at first. Unbelievable.
I don't know how long he's out. Obviously, I haven't gotten an update from the Diamondbacks, and they don't run their injury reports by me for some reason. So nobody's gotten an update yet. I don't know if that's the sort of injury I don't know how long they can withstand that one. You know what I mean? Now, I say that knowing full well they've withstood injuries to pretty much their entire rotation this season. They've withstood a bunch of blown saves in the last month, and here they are still winning games. If Christian Walker is going to miss a few games, they're fine.
Yes.
If Christian Walker's going on the injured list for a week and a half or something, they're fine. Anything longer than that, you got a real issue because I don't know how you replace him. And I'm saying real issue in the context of can this team go back to the World Series?
Yeah.
Can they make the playoffs without him? Yeah, I mean, they seem to just lose players every 3 days and they keep winning. So, yeah, I think they can still make the playoffs, but do you want to do anything in the playoffs?
Yeah, somebody said that Corbin Carroll in the clubhouse looked at somebody and said, "What are you?"
I think that was you that said
I'm just saying right now, if you tell me that Corbin Carroll is back, Corbel, ladies and gentlemen, if you tell me he's back right now, that really is going to help the Diamondbacks out.
Yeah.
I think
but
this is a still point moment.
This year? He turns to the corner and now Christian Walker's hurt. Like, come on.
Yeah, I get that. And it's an oblique, too. And that's the bad thing about it right now, an oblique, because that can be a dicey proposition, can it not? Just ask Eduardo Rodriguez about the lat and the oblique and how it runs into the oblique, the lat, of course, and the issues that you could possibly have. So to me, I think we all understand an oblique to a Major League Baseball player is a big deal. There's no doubt about it. I was trying to get the clarification as to when he did it.
Well, here, I have a cut on that.
Okay, good.
Here's Torey Lovello. He was asked flat out, were you at the game last night, Wolf, asking questions? He was asked, when did this injury happen?
Yeah.
I think it was after his first at-bat. The inning after, he made the great play down the first base line. Came in after that inning and just felt like he was having trouble pushing off of it when he was hitting. So we're hoping that it'll be something that he can manage and he won't need any time on the IL.
It happened on the play?
Happened on, I think, his at-bat. On his at-bat. Yeah. And he went out there, played, and made a great play.
That is like, it was kind of weird right there, right? Because was it the at-bat? Because you think you would know that.
Yeah.
Was it the at-bat? Or was it, when he went on and made that play and he turned around and threw the ball, right? I mean, he jumped in the air. You could see, was it that or the defensive play? The at-bat? Or was it a combination of the two? He did it once at some point. So was it the at-bat or was it the play in the field?
Can they give him one of those those tight BMX bodysuits that holds all your muscles in place Can they just give him one of those so he can just keep playing?
Yeah, I don't think so right now.
Christian Walker.
But you got to feel like, well, if it was the postseason, maybe, hey, Christian, look, there goes Elvis. Just shoot it right up with the blue juice.
When you say, look, there goes Elvis, everybody always looks all the time.
Yeah, of course. Elvis? Who's Elvis?
I don't think,
Google it, my young crunks.
I don't think the blue juice helps with an oblique, does it?
That's what. Hey, you can numb anything. Are you kidding me?
Can you swing when you're numb?
Hey.
Can you swing a baseball bat?
Listen, you know what, Woke? I'll try, right?
Well,
right, Woke? I'll try.
Fortunately, we still got 2 months before the end of the regular season. I don't know if this changes what you do. I mean, that game last night, and we'll get more into this, but that game last night raised questions about your starting pitching, about some of your relief pitching, and if you have a first baseman right now. That game raised a lot of questions the night before the trade deadline.
Yeah, you know what? I feel like Kevin Newman could do it. Now, again, he's not going to bring the power that Christian Walker has brought. I'm talking more from a glove perspective. I think he could possibly do it down there. And I like Kevin Newman's bat. I like the fact that at least for the short time, maybe 2 weeks, 3 maybe at most, he's hitting from the same side as Woke. So I kind of like that as well. I could see Kevin Newman doing it.
We come back. Where do the Cardinals stand as Buda Baker enters the final year of his contract? It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals have begun doing this and this. Practice is open to the public, and Arizona Sports is there with Wolf and Luke and Burns and Gambo, bringing you the sights and sounds from Cardinals training camp. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Get more of this, and this. From the Cardinals and Arizona Sports on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information right now. Oh, man, as we reflect, of course, ladies and gentlemen, on this month, the month of July, we still look at Independence Day. We can also consider the importance of financial independence and the part that plays in our lives as well. It's one of the reasons why you got to call Trajan Wealth. We all know the simple truth is that there is more to retirement planning than simply calculating your expenses to maintain your lifestyle through the next stage of life. Man, many factors affect your financial future. Let Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors help you craft an income plan to meet your goals. Call Trajan Wealth today, Basinonians, 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Dan Bickley here, and if you've been sentenced to 30 years of debt by your mortgage, I have your solution. The Life Changer loan combines your banking with your mortgage, and it allows you to pay off your mortgage in years, not decades, and then you get decades to build personal wealth, which is how you get ahead. If you're a good fit, this loan will do exactly what it says. It will change your life. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844. Find them online at lifechangerloan.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Gotta change my oil.
How about Valvoline Restore and Protect? It restores and protects your engine to run like new.
Get in zone.
It restores your engine to, factory clean?
And protects.
Get in zone.
So Valvoline Restore and Protect restores and protects.
Now you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life Oil Filter for $37.99.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit consumercellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by September 2nd, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Hi, this is Luis Gonzalez. The Sanderson Ford Summer Sale event is teaming up with the Boys of Summer for the final playoff payoff sale. We're pushing for the playoffs, and you get the payoffs like 0% financing. Plus, no payments for 90 days. Plus, huge cash playoff payoffs of up to $3,000 on new 2024 F-150, Escape, Edge, Explorer, and Expedition. Plus, purchase or lease any new Ford and get 4 tickets to see the D-backs push for the playoffs. So score big now at America's most awarded Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford, and shop with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense during the Sanderson Ford Playoff Payoff Sale. Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
0% for 36 months OAC through Ford Motor Credit. Tickets while supplies last. Offers expire 9/3/24.
Sanderson Ford, satisfaction in everything we do. We're Arizona's pride, Sanderson Ford.
Hi, I'm Don Barano, Division President for Mattamy Homes. We're proud to be the Stories of Hope sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. Donations go toward research, clinical programs, state-of-the-art equipment, and family-friendly services that ensure world-class care. Your support will continue to grow specialized children's care here in Arizona. Call 602-933-4567.
You can also text GIVE to 620-620.
The children at PCH need our help now more than ever.
The thing that's been missing from our life, it's football.
This is wide receiver Greg Dortch on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cards Camp, live from the farm. Wolf and Luke coming your way with training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Yeah, we are out here at State Farm Stadium. Getting ready for another Arizona Cardinals practice. And, Wolf, we had Monty Ossenfort on the show yesterday. We got to talk to him about a lot of different things, but we also obviously had to ask him about the Budda Baker situation. So we did that.
Yeah, Luke, I think all our players are at, we have guys that are at different stages of contract status. Some guys are up after this year. Some guys have a couple more. Some guys are just starting on their rookie deals. And so, I think that's a case-by-case basis on how that goes. And, we've had a lot of discussions with Budda here over the last couple of years. And so, I think we're happy that we have Budda, and we'll see kind of what that means moving forward. But, we love all the guys that we got on the team right now. We'll see how that shakes out with the 53. But Budda certainly represents everything that we want this team to be about, and we're excited to see how this season goes right now.
When he said case-by-case basis, I could not look at you.
He was going to take it on a base-by-base cases. Okay.
I definitely,
that's called a malaprop, based on audience, okay?
I looked away from you and
we
Monty.
all do it, Luke.
Because if I looked at Monty, I knew I would see you just the way we're situated behind him, and if I made any sort of eye contact with you, I was done.
He was going to take it on a base-by-base cases. He was going to take it on a base-by-base cases. So, based on audience, when I said that too, I knew something was wrong. I knew that. Wait a minute, that's not right. That's not right.
But you just keep going, right? You're like, yeah, I've spoken English before.
Yeah, well, yeah, I did. I think I rolled right through it. I didn't want to acknowledge the fact that I just went with the biggest malaprop in the history of radio.
But because Monty was sitting between us yesterday, I had to look away from him because I knew if I saw you behind him when he said case-by-case basis, he was going to be like, why is everybody laughing at me? Because his actual answer there was it makes sense. I mean, logically it makes sense.
Yeah, you know what? I think it comes down to the fact that it's all going to be about a situation of whether or not the Arizona Cardinals can afford Budda Baker. The safety position, generally speaking, in the National Football League has been turned into the running back on the defensive side of the ball. We all know the de-emphasis of the running back position, even though to me it boggles the mind. But the de-emphasis, if you will, of the running back position in terms of really going and paying a running back huge money and valuing a running back, even though I do believe it's coming back a little bit right now. I know that the safety position on the defensive side of the ball has been devalued to some degree as well. It comes down to, okay, so how much money is Budda Baker going to ask, and will the Arizona Cardinals be able to pay it?
Yeah, because you're already paying Jalen Thompson. Now, what are you paying Jalen $13 million next year?
Yeah, I think both safeties are in the top 10.
Yeah.
In terms of salary.
They're probably both in the top 10 in terms of playing safety,
and I'm talking about safety. Yeah. No, that's the position I'm talking about.
But
top 10.
But I'm saying playing safety, too.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you're getting your money's worth out of both these guys, but I hear what you're saying. How much money can you allocate to that position? I do think you go a little more for Budda. But I also wonder, like, how much could he get offered by other teams? I'll go back to something you said yesterday of maybe the Cardinals want to kind of get into the season and see what happens, right? Not to see if Buda's a good player. You know he's a good player. But, like, is this team ready to compete now? Because if they're ready to compete now, then it's worth paying Buda to stick around next year. I also wonder if maybe Buda would take less if this team's close.
Yeah.
You know, not like a ton less, but if the Eagles come along and they're like, hey, we'll give you $23 million, and the Cardinals are like, we'll give you 19 again, and he's like, yeah, this Cardinals team, I've spent my whole career here, I love it here, and we're gonna maybe win now. Maybe that helps.
Yeah, you could see at some point in time, halfway through the season, the Arizona Cardinals looking at it and saying, how is this going? How are we doing? Are we ready? Hey, man, we're ready to compete for a playoff position right now. Can you imagine a 4-year contract extension being announced midway through the season? Buda Baker is going to sign with the team.
I'm going to pick the date I want them to announce this.
Okay, you go ahead and do that. But to me, right now, can you imagine that, brothers? Maybe the bye, mid-November. Isn't that when the bye is?
It is November 17th. That'd be a good time.
Maybe there's a situation right there. Now, a lot of times, the longer you wait, the more problems there are. And the reason being is because sometimes the player, as he nears free agency, is like, why don't we just wait? Why don't we just wait and see how it goes? And then, we'll talk in the off season. And then, of course, his price gets jacked because he is a free agent.
Yeah. I do think this is a situation where winning helps both sides, right? Like, if you want Buda Baker on this team in 2025, and I think we all do, the best thing you can see right now is the Cardinals winning, because it does make it more logical or more cost efficient. Yeah, it makes it more fiscally responsible to keep him around because you're contending. I also think on some level, I'm not speaking for Buda Baker, but I also think there's a much better chance of him taking a slight hometown discount or whatever, or not wanting to test free agency if the Cardinals are actually close to winning, because he's been here for a lot of losing, and he's been here for a lot of losing when he did his part and played like a playoff player, and his team around him just wasn't doing that. So, if this season is, if his contract was up right now, it'd be a lot tougher.
Yeah.
It would have been up this offseason because you're coming off a 4-win season and you're rebuilding, and he probably wants to go win, and the Cardinals are probably like, we need to spend that money elsewhere. But if you win 9 games this year, it makes a lot more sense for both sides for him to stick around.
No doubt about it, and it's going to be really interesting to see how this defense evolves and how much better this defense can be. My expectation right now is not very big. I don't have this grandiose view of the defense in terms of now suddenly they're going to go, because of the moves they made, because of Darius Robinson and drafting him, that suddenly they're going to be a top 10 defense. I think
Arizona Sports breaking news.
All right, what do we got?
All right, guys. So this is from Craig Mish. He covers the Miami Marlins. Marlins have traded Josh Bell to the Diamondbacks, per source. He's a first baseman.
Wow. Josh Bell's been red hot lately, too.
Wow. Oh, no.
Yeah, there's...
Oh, no.
Okay. So Mike Hazen not messing around.
Okay.
We were just talking about this last segment, were we not?
We were.
But what does this mean
This
about
means
Christian Walker?
Exactly right. Oh, no. Yes. Man, some of these obliques, they can take months if it's bad.
Josh Bell's been red hot lately, but that doesn't make him Christian Walker.
Exactly. No, listen, I mean, obviously, it appears as though the Diamondbacks know they're going to be playing without Christian Walker for an extended amount of time. Correct?
That is definitely what it appears to be.
It's not like he's going on the 15-day IL.
It is possible, though, that there's still a lot of unknown, and the deadline's in 4 hours, 3.5 hours, and they were like, we can't risk it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but they were going to take imaging this morning.
Yeah.
And maybe that imaging said, do it.
By the way, how high did you jump when the breaking news sounder hit? Because that was a lot louder than it usually is.
No, it was.
Like, we're in the studio. It's like,
what are you
breaking
doing?
news. Here, it's like somebody just playing the drums right next to your head.
Okay. Wow. Boy, the Miami Marlins. Eject.
Miami, do you have anybody else we could use?
Eject.
Yeah, what was their thinking behind giving Jazz Chisholm to the Yankees, who promptly hit 2 home runs last night? It does that would indicate that Christian Walker's not coming back real soon. But I'm going to try to stay optimistic here, Wolf, and maybe Mike Hazen was like, I'm not playing the rest of the way without a first baseman, all due respect to Kevin Newman.
Yeah.
We're going to bring in Josh Bell. If Christian Walker comes back in 2 weeks, then you got Christian Walker and Josh Bell. Not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah.
We don't know what they gave up for him yet.
Exactly.
Right?
That's what exactly did they give up for Josh Bell right now? Do not know.
You know what the beauty of this, though, is, Wolf? We can ask Mike Hazen what the logic was tomorrow because he's going to be on the show.
Is he really?
Yes.
Wow, man. I love how you guys know all this stuff. You know, who's coming on the show and when they're coming on the show. And I love it. That's great. Mike Hazen. Okay, the freaky Mike Hazen tomorrow. Hopefully he'll be in a better mood. Freaky Mike Hazen. Wheeling and dealing.
He's probably right now at his office like, how many more trades do I have to make? Every time I trade for somebody else gets hurt. Fortunately, there are no more games now between now and the trade deadline. The Diamondbacks do not play again until after the trade deadline.
Dude.
So we have all the injuries we're going to have going into the deadline.
This guy's making $33 million? Do I have – that's not – really?
Josh Bell's making $33 million this year?
Wow. Let me check that.
No wonder the Marlins
fact check, please. Mel, Ross.
Text us your thoughts to the FanDuel text line at 620 right now. Well, that was significant news. All right, we come back. What's going on with Jordan Montgomery? Does Mike Hazen have to make another trade in the next 3 hours? It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I think somebody noticed that the Suns needed to add some point guard play to the offense. After signing Monte Morris to come off the bench earlier this month, they went out and got themselves a starting point guard last weekend. Tyus Jones comes in from the Wizards to run the point, and to leave all Suns fans wondering, who comes off the bench now? Is it Bradley Beal as sixth man, Grayson Allen, Bol? What's Coach Bud gonna do? More questions. How did the Suns get Tyus Jones to sign for a vet minimum deal? And how many more players from Duke can the Suns get on the squad? Stay tuned for answers on the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we tell you about Sweet James Accident Attorneys for very important reasons. And here's a story that proves why you should never face an insurance company alone if you are hurt in an accident. One of our listeners was seriously injured in a trucking accident, and guess what the insurance company offered him for his injuries? Zero, nothing, nada. Well, he called Sweet James, and not only did they get him the medical care he needed, but they secured a whopping $10 million win, and that is a life-changing victory. Now, they can't guarantee outcomes. No law firm can, but in our legal system, having the right attorney makes all the difference in the world, and that is why you call Sweet James. They win big, and they treat you with compassion every step of the way. And don't wait to call, because waiting may hurt your case. Remember, you pay nothing until they win. 800-9-million, that's 800-900-0000, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
It's the harshest test your roof can go through, an Arizona summer. Dave Burns here, and I want to introduce you to Renco Roofing, family-owned, local, proven track record over the last 20 years. Now is the best time to get your roof inspected by Renco. They're deeply rooted in the local community, dedicated contractors who cover everything from re-roofing to repairs. Don't wait for a costly repair. Schedule your roof inspection now at RencoRoofing.com. That's RencoRoofing.com. Monsoon tested, sunshine approved.
When it comes to betting on sports, most fans have a system. But at FanDuel, we know there's only one system that actually works. Using our responsible gaming tools to manage your play. With time limits, you can place a bet every now and then and still have time for everything else you want to do. And with wager limits, you only bet what you can afford, and betting always stays fun. Get with the system. Visit FanDuel.com/RG for more info. 21 plus and present in AC. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text next step to 53342.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppable, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
I'm Tiffany, founder of Harlem Pilates. When I couldn't find Pilates in my neighborhood, I started a studio from my studio apartment. Chase Inc. helped me grow from 1 Pilates studio to 3. Because when you start small, you're going to need some big help.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley.
And Luke Lipinski.
We're here to talk about one of the most important issues affecting our community. Every year, we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies. Learn about important water safety tips and enter to win swim lessons from the YMCA.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 62620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off your kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
I'm Jesse Morrison with the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Breaking news ahead of the MLB trade deadline. The Arizona Diamondbacks have reportedly traded for first baseman Josh Bell from the Miami Marlins. This comes after D-backs first baseman Christian Walker exited yesterday's 9-8 win over the Nationals with what the team described as left oblique soreness. The D-backs and Nats play again tonight. Ryan Nelson goes up against former D-back Patrick Corbin. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Olympics continue from Paris. Head on over to arizonasports.com as we have updates on how athletes with Arizona ties are doing at the games. The latest is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Lose weight with semaglutide, the FDA-approved ingredient in Ozempic. In stock and available now for half the price of Ozempic. Trust the medical experts at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Nobody pray for me. It been a day for me. Yeah.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Diamondbacks back in action after Monday night's thriller. What's next for our baseball team? We'll discuss tomorrow at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, so that's pretty significant right there. It's one of those weird days, Wolf. We spent the 11 o'clock segment talking about, hey, Christian Walker's hurt. We don't know how hurts. Torey Lovello said it's not minimal after the game last night, which didn't make anybody feel great.
That was horrifying.
Yeah,
when I heard him say it's not minimal.
If you're going to give me bad news, at least give it to me in the form of not a double negative.
What a genius way, though, for him to deliver the news right there. Not minimal. Okay. Oh, my goodness. Run, everybody. Run.
So we're sitting there speculating, like, should they really actually have to go, like, trade for a first baseman today? Mike Hazen's got, like, 12 hours notice, and now he's got 3.5 hours. And, yes, the Diamondbacks just traded for Josh Bell. Josh Bell, who the Marlins were trying to get rid of because they're the Marlins and they're always trying to shed salary. And Josh Bell's making $16.5 million this year. Josh Bell, who played Sunday's game on waivers, Wolf. But, again, it's not – his numbers for the year are not amazing. But if you go over the last, like, week and a half, here's what he's done, okay? Let's see. Home run. I'm just going game by game, okay?
Okay,
so
yeah.
We're going to start with July 22nd, home run.
Yeah.
July 23rd, 2 hits. 2 hits and a home run, 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 and a hit. This is his hitting streak that he's on right now.
Oh, my goodness.
He's on a 7-game hitting streak. In 5 of those games, he's homered.
Okay. I'll take that.
So he's been hitting lately.
Okay, so Josh Bell is super hot right now.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's confusing because you look and it's like they put him on waivers. Is this guy even any good? And his season numbers are, he's got 14 home runs at 239 average, but he has been red hot lately.
Yes.
The question is, what does this mean about Christian Walker?
Well, it was shocking to me. I was looking at Sport Track, and they said he makes $33 million. And that seemed really high for Josh Bell right there. $33 million.
He was really good a couple years
ago.
ago.
I know he was back at 2017, 2018. He was with the Pirates, I believe. He hit 27 home runs. He put some really, really good years together for the most part, but he's had a hard time staying healthy and hasn't played in a lot of games over the last, I want to say, 5-6 years. Specifically,
last year he was okay last year, but it was split between the Guardians, who are the ones who paid him all this money, and the Marlins. But he did manage 22 home runs last year. But yeah, missed a lot of time with the. I mean, he's just bounced around a lot. Like if you look, he did play 150 last year and 156 the year before, but it's been spread out over 4 teams. So he's had an interesting couple years here.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense right there. Just getting up on Josh Bell right here. The Diamondbacks acquiring Josh Bell.
Yeah.
We can say that with certitude.
We can say that. It's
okay.
online, so it's got to be true.
Okay, so there it is right there. And, of course, the first question you have is, how bad is it with Christian Walker?
Yeah. Don't you just picture Mike Hazen somewhere just being like, every time I make a move, and I went out and I got A.J. Puck a week early so we wouldn't have to do this, right? And then Christian Walker gets hurt. So he jumps on that. What are you doing about starting pitching? Because Jordan Montgomery's – I don't know, man. 6 runs in the first 2 innings last night. I thought maybe he was starting to turn a corner. 3 of his last 4 games have been pretty solid, at least building blocks. And then he gives up 6 runs in 2 innings.
Yep. He struck out the leadoff hitter of the game, struck him out, and after that got knocked around again. And he's pitched what? He's pitched well, I think, in 3 of the last 5 outings that he's had. But this kind of production getting blown up the way that he has from time to time, it's really not what you expected when you paid him $25 million, right? It is nowhere even close. And I say this in all humility and self-awareness, but at the same time, I can say just from my own personal perspective, base earnings, he's been disappointing.
Yeah, and nobody would be...
That's hard for me to say. Because nobody wants to go out there. He doesn't want to go out there and disappoint. He's not trying to go out there. He didn't take a laissez-faire attitude to his career. Nobody wants to go out there and not live up to your contract. Nobody wants to do that.
Yeah, this was not an example of a guy getting paid and then being like, whatever, I'm just going to go eat whatever I want and not work out and not prepare. Because, remember, he bet on himself this year. This is just a 1-year deal for Jordan Montgomery. So he absolutely is all in on this season. Look, you don't watch that game last night and say, okay, they got to trade for pitching, except the trade deadline's today. So it raises, again, the questions. This team's rotation, as Mike Hazen has constructed it, where you go Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, Eduardo Rodriguez, Jordan Montgomery for what he's been his entire career other than this year, and Brandon Pfaadt as your number 5, you don't need any help with your starting rotation. But as it's constructed right now, it's Zach Gallen, who he'll be Zach Gallen. He hasn't looked like him lately. Brandon Pfaadt. I think that's Jordan Montgomery. Gilbert Diaz. Ryan Nelson's been better.
Can I just say right now, provided the Diamondbacks are okay with this right now, Ken Kendrick, as long as you're fine, I'll take Jordan Montgomery as my 5. I got no problem. If you're telling me he's going to be number 5 in the rotation right now, I've got absolutely no problem with that. Because hopefully he's going to work it out. And who knows, even if it's in the postseason, I'm going to be fine with Jordan Montgomery if he can contribute and start pitching the way he's capable of. I thought it was interesting last night, 25 pitches in the first. 25 pitches, right? Then 21 in the second. Then 17 in the third. Do you see a trend here? And then 15 in the fourth. And then Torrey said, that's it. No mas. Right there. And I love the conversation on the broadcast. Of course, they actually got this on camera. You could see Torrey was talking to him in a very assertive kind of way. And you could see Jordan Montgomery did not want to come out of the game. He did not. I think I think he's embarrassed, frankly. I do. Now, I don't know this. I haven't talked to Jordan Montgomery. I don't know Jordan Montgomery. But I think if I'm a guy that takes a lot of pride in my profession and what it is that I do as a man, Basinonians, are you kidding me? I want to take the ball and go out there and suck buttermilk? No, I don't want to do that. He did not want to come out of that game. And I think, honestly, he's just embarrassed, plain and simple. And he was unhappy
he always
with Torrey.
Seems to pitch at home right now, too. And his home ERA this year is 8.39. On the road, it's 4.37. And it just seems like every start lately has been at home. I'll play this cut real quick from Torrey on Merrill Kelly and Eduardo Rodriguez because they're going to play a huge role in this.
They're going to throw a sim game on Wednesday. So both guys will throw a sim game on Wednesday. 3-50 for Merrill and 4-55-60 for Eddie. Once we get through that, I'll keep you posted as to what the next steps are.
So the 3-50 is innings and pitches. He explained this when I was out there on Friday. Basically, just go ahead and tack on about 15 pitches per inning in these sim games. And he went on. We don't have time to play right now, but he went on to say Eduardo Rodriguez probably ahead of Merrill Kelly right now in terms of coming back. So we will see. They could use both of them right now. When we come back, we'll take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs Nationals.
There goes Gurriel. The pitch swung on, hit well. Deep to right. Back it goes. Gone! Corbin Carroll! A two-run pinch hit walk-off homer is the final blow of an improbable come-from-behind win as the Diamondbacks take down the Nationals by a final score of 9-8.
D-backs Nationals, Game 2 of 3 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com, or you could just go ahead and jump in your vehicle and drive on over to the Santan 202 freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. That's where Santan Ford is. Listen, Santan Ford is the West Coast headquarters for electric vehicles. Maybe you're not into electric vehicles, Basinonians, but they are spot on for millions of drivers all over the country, of course. Maybe you want to give one a try right now. Well, the current lease offers over at Santan Ford are super good right now, Basinonians. It's the blow-your-hair-back performance of the Mustang Mach-E that a lot of people love. They love that, the power of that, and the Ford F-150 Lightning as well. Listen, Tim Hovick's Santan Ford is the place to explore the possibilities of an EV. If you've been thinking about it right now, man, jump in the vehicle and head on over to Santan Ford, located at the Santan 202 freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
Hey, Cardinals fans, are you ready for football season? It's time to root for our Redbirds. Bud Light was brewed to be a delicious and easy-to-drink beer, even when the little things in life are hard, like when the game is going into overtime. But you have even more time to enjoy it with a fresh Bud Light. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to Sunday. Pick up Bud Light at your local retailer today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Bud Light is a proud partner of the Arizona Cardinals.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Arthritis can be simply awful, bone on bone, constant pain, robbing you of so much of the stuff you love to do. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and I've got some good news for you. There are now effective ways to deal with that pain, and I'm talking about cellular therapies that can get you lasting relief, and the place to go, QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics uses advanced regenerative medicine to treat the pain, enhance your joints, restore your mobility, and give you long-term relief. This is why they are called the future of medicine. So if you are living with chronic pain, you need to know steroids and surgery and pain pills no longer your only options. The local medical professionals at QC Kinetics are ready to help you get your life back. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Need a roll-off dumpster for your big summer cleanout or renovation projects? Contact Waste Connections of Arizona. Our roll-offs are easy to order. Save money and time without the hassle of multiple trips to the dump. Waste Connections of Arizona. We want your trash.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
It's almost noon on a Tuesday. It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Darius Robinson's going to join us at noon, so we figured we would move Wolfing Down Your Lunch up a segment. Does that work for you, Wolf?
D-Rob.
D-Rob. All right, Aaron Maloney is here. Aaron?
So we'll start with the bad news. The D-backs removed first baseman Christian Walker from last night's game against Nationals with left oblique tightness. According to our own John Gambadoro, the news he is hearing is that it looks like Christian Walker is headed to the IL. So another D-backs player with an injury and another D-backs player headed to the IL. But with that, the trade deadline is just hours away, and the Diamondbacks have acquired first baseman Josh Bell from the Marlins.
That's a lot to take in.
Okay.
I mean, 24 hours ago, if Aaron had jumped on Wolfing Down Your Lunch 24 hours ago and had been like, yeah, Diamondbacks are going to come back, Christian Walker's going to get hurt, he's going to go on the IL, and they're going to trade for Josh Bell in the next 24 hours, we'd have been like, what?
Yeah.
So, credit them, Mike Hazen, the front office, for being proactive and getting Josh Bell. Christian Walker, I feel like, has become like the fan favorite this year, and deservedly so. So, this is great. I do wonder. I feel like he could still hit a home run in Dodger Stadium, even with his oblique injury.
So. Possibly now. I got to believe that at some point in time, the freaky Mike Hazen's just like, blah, 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 right?
Well, did you see him last night during the broadcast?
No.
He was like pacing up in
I watched the whole game, too. And,
did I imagine this?
No, he was yeah.
He was there, right?
He was how he has described he watches games. Where
he just had his phone in his hand. And
yeah, right. Just honestly right now, he's probably...
Was it after the Walker injury when they showed him?
I think so.
He was probably like, I got to call Miami again. Like, Miami, do you have any more players I can take?
Yeah, you know what? Honestly, in a pinch right now, I'll take Josh Bell and I'll run. Seriously. That's...
You could do a lot worse than Josh Bell.
I was just going to say, I'll take that and run all day.
Yeah.
The good news, Corbin Carroll whacked a 2-run homer to complete a 5-run comeback in the 9th inning and walk it off at Chase Field for a wild 9-8 win over the Nationals. Here's Corbin Carroll after the game.
Yeah, he's got a good fastball and a splitter that breaks right off of that. It was up there ready to hit a heater. Got that first splitter a little bit out in front, and just put a fastball and put a really good swing on it. Probably one of my best all year, honestly.
How crazy was last night's game?
Oh.
You couldn't draw it up any better. You said this earlier, Wolf, than to have Corbin Carroll of all people hit the home run. I mean, the way the game played out, where they just don't go away right now. Washington has just kind of been lately anyway, and so the Diamondbacks, they clearly don't believe they're out of a game. They definitely don't now after what happened. I feel like on Sunday when they almost came back, they showed that, and then last night to have Corbin Carroll be the one that hits it, it was perfect ending.
It was unbelievable. It really was.
Perfect ending to a miserable game.
Yeah, to see Alec Thomas actually start that inning off with a triple, and then Geraldo Perdomo, and he singled him in, and then all of a sudden Ketel's hitting this 2-run bomb to make it 8-7, and everything led up to that point, that moment in time that you had Corbin Carroll with the season that he's had up at the dish with a runner on, with an opportunity to win the game, and he hits his first walk-off home run ever. I mean, I have to tell you right now, it gives me chills just thinking about that moment. It was unbelievable and exactly what that young man might have needed going forward. Just a huge moment for the Diamondbacks.
The Arizona Cardinals put on the pads for the first time this training camp. So how did it feel to Buda Baker? He told Burns and Gambo yesterday.
It was very exciting, very exciting, especially being fully healthy. As last year, you guys know, and I tore my hamstring and, coming back about 80%. I'm, trying to play the best football I can play, but I knew I had some more gears in me. But, like you said, control what you can control. And, ultimately I got voted to a Pro Bowl, so that's good, and all the personal accolades is all good, but for me, I'm just trying to win games. I've said earlier in this week, I'm just a sore loser, so that's how I approach the game. I want to win the day. I want to grind. I know it's gonna take a lot of hard work. That's all I'm ready to do, and when the game comes, we're gonna be ready.
What did you guys see yesterday on the first day of pads?
Well, it looked like real football again. It was funny at the end of the show. Wolf was looking right past all of the quarterback receiver play, looking past Tip Ryman, I might add, to the offensive and defensive lines going at it. I just saw Marvin Harrison Jr. make great catches and Kyler Murray throwing the ball to James Conner a lot.
I saw a lot of 12 personnel. And
how does that make you feel, Wolf?
I'm going to riff on this, Masononians, because it filled me with so much hope. The morale that I feel from what I saw yesterday out of 12 personnel. And guess what? It wasn't just typical 12 personnel. Sometimes you're going to take a tight end, you're going to stick his feet at 5 and let him get in a 3-point stance. A little 21 personnel. When is 12-21? I have so much to say.
Go on for the first
I have so much to say about this because it wasn't just all the brutality of it. It was also a little bit of finesse. Interesting.
Kyler Murray spoke to the media yesterday following practice, and he discussed what he likes about the culture Monty Ossenfort and Jonathan Gannon have established.
Man, they're doing everything, I feel like, in the right way for the betterment of the team. Kind of allows me to just be myself. JG understands who I am and how I am as a competitor. And he wants to see me succeed. He wants his team to succeed. So our communication, man, we're locked in. I love everything that they're doing. Our relationship is going to continue to grow, and I'm excited about it.
He also talked about whether he likes how Jonathan Gannon holds him accountable.
Yeah. Because we're kind of similar in a sense. Very similar. He's a fiery dude. Loves it. I love it. So. Yeah, it's great.
Your reaction? What did you hear from Kyler yesterday? When I listen to him talk, I just think of T.O. That's my quarterback.
That last thing he said about Jonathan
Gannon.
Those two, and I don't even know, how much of this is just good fortune. If you're Monty Ossenfort, you go out there and you hire the coach you think is best for this team. You don't know personality-wise. There's just no way to know how well he's going to click with your quarterback. Those two have clicked really well, really quickly, too.
That's a great point, Luke. It really is, because I don't think JG was hired with any thought of Kyler Murray. Seriously, I think he was hired for everything he was going to bring and the culture that he was going to bring. And then we're going to find out if Kyler Murray was going to fit in that culture.
Yeah.
That's what I think. I don't think it was the other way around.
Yeah. So, and even if they, first of all, I agree with you, and you were saying that at the time, but even if they were trying to make it fit, you don't know personality-wise that they're going to get along. And
exactly.
They really have.
They're killing it.
And then lastly, K1 also spoke about his confidence in wide receiver 1, a.k.a. Marvin Harrison Jr. this early on.
Very confident, very confident. He's obviously a great player, loves the game, and the time that we've got to spend together off the field this offseason since he got drafted has been very positive, and I think that's going to translate to the field.
Isn't it great? I know that wasn't the question.
No, but it's just you can't help but smile.
It's
Once
it's
again,
true.
Yeah.
It's the look you see on Aaron's face and my face right now is the look we always see on your face when you start to think about the brutality.
The satiety level is very high for you guys. Is that what you're saying
it's just
right
gonna be
now?
cool to have Kyler Murray throw the ball to Marvin Harrison Jr.
Correct.
That will be fun.
Yeah,
That's all I'm asking for.
Yeah, not only that, too, all these cuts that you're playing of Kyler Murray, I'm really encouraged even more. And once again, it's because can you hear it in his voice, the way he appears to be encouraged as well?
Yes.
Why would that be? Why would he be encouraged? Because he thinks he's going to be successful here. Now, guess what? Thinking you're going to be successful doesn't mean you are successful. But he thinks he's going to be successful here. That confidence is contagious. It needs to spread. And it starts with one. Literally.
All right, that was wolfing down your lunch. Thank you, Aaron. When we come back, how did the first day of pads go for Cardinals rookie defensive end Darius Robinson? We're going to ask him. He's going to join us up here next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's my team. It's my quarterback.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming soon. You can make a difference for Arizona kids when you listen beginning Monday, August 12th. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Ak-Chin Indian community.
Okay, you're trying to lose weight, you're not getting the results you're looking for, and frustration has set in. It's like your body is stuck. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and you are not alone. I've experienced this in the past, but I got past it with the help of the world-class nutrition team at Revitalize Weight Loss and Wellness, Arizona's #1 holistic weight loss solution. Yeah, that was me until I met with the team at Revitalize over 6 years ago. What they told me about their methodology just made sense, and I was in. My Revitalize coaches used unique bioscan technology to remove the guesswork on what foods, nutrients, and habits are best for my body to not just lose weight, but to keep those pounds off. Revitalize has extended its offer of a free initial consultation, either in person or virtual, through the end of July. That's normally a $100 value. So if you've tried other ways in the past to lose weight and fallen short of your goals, it's time to call Revitalize and join the Bickley and Marotta revolution. Give them a call today at 480-701-8133 or online at revitalizeweightloss.com.
At the UPS Store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a walk-up with central air and a skylight. And you found it. Now, every Friday night, you get to fall asleep to the sound of your downstairs neighbors' dance parties. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Hi, folks. Brandon Webb here. What makes Y-Refi so different from other investments? Y-Refi offers a secure, collateralized portfolio with a strong fixed rate of return, up to 10.25%. That's right, you heard it, 10.25%. There's no attack on your principal if ever you need your money back, and you're in control. You can let your investment compound daily or take income, whatever you choose. Just call 877-80-INVEST or log on to investYRefi.com. And make sure to tell them Brandon Webb sent you.
Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident and results matter to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Just in the last month, they won $500,000 for an auto accident victim, $745,000 for a trucking accident victim, and $4.5 million for a client hurt in a slip and fall accident. So if you're hurt in any kind of accident, call Sweet James, where you pay nothing until they win your case. 809-million, 809-million, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
In this Arizona heat, hopefully your air conditioning at home is doing its job, but if it goes out, call Parker & Sons. They have been serving the Valley for 50 years, and they were just voted #1 by consumers in Ranking Arizona for the 15th year in a row. That's because when you have an emergency, Parker & Sons sends a pro your way in minutes, not days, and they will never charge you extra during nights, weekends, or holidays. So for all things heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical, call Parker & Sons at 602-2REPAIR.
Are you dealing with a back issue and don't know what to do or who to call? Greg Schulte here, and I've got your answer. Call Desert Institute for Spine Care, a.k.a. DISC. DISC surgeons treat a variety of different spine conditions. such as herniated disc, sciatica, spinal stenosis, and degenerative disc disease. Disc is known for its minimally invasive surgical solutions, believing that using at least invasive yet most effective treatments is the best way for their patients to restore, revitalize, and rejuvenate their active lifestyles. And Disc is so good at taking extra time with patients to help understand their pain and how it's affecting their everyday life. Several years ago, Disc took care of my herniated disc issue, and I've been pain-free ever since. I trusted them, and I hope you'll place your trust in the disc surgeons to help you get through your back issue. Text SPINE to 620-620 or visit sciatica.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Breaking news ahead of the MLB trade deadline. The Arizona Diamondbacks have reportedly traded for first baseman Josh Bell from the Miami Marlins for cash considerations. This comes after D-backs first baseman Christian Walker exited yesterday's 9-8 win over the Nationals with what the team described as left oblique soreness. Our John Gambadoro reports that Walker will go on the injured list with a mid-oblique strain. The D-backs and Nats play again tonight. Ryan Nelson goes up against former D-back Patrick Corbin. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Cardinals training camp is continuing. Wolf and Luke are live from camp and will be joined by first-round pick Darius Robinson next. The latest is brought to you by Four Peaks 4 Seats. Text SEATS to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets to the Saturday, August 10th D-backs home game versus the Phillies, plus food and beverage credit. That's SEATS to 620-620.
Players begin camp. Only 53 can make the roster when the regular season begins.
It's Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Cards Camp live from the farm. Wolf and Luke coming your way with training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Yeah, we're out here at State Farm Stadium, and if you want to see the 2024 Cardinals in person at State Farm Stadium, a limited number of tickets remain. For more information, visit azcardinals.com/tickets. Pleased to be joined up here overlooking the 50.
Just get a little bit more knockback now that we got the pads on. So I was super confident, super excited, and just ready to stack another good day today.
So you were talking to me in the not-so-beautiful part of the program before we went on here. You were talking to me about how you love to practice in the way that you feel like you know what you're doing, and you've got to know what you're doing before you can actually do it to be successful. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I'll definitely say the transition for a rookie is different. Going from rookie OTAs, I was like, okay, I think I know some things, versus now when I know some things, I feel like a completely different player. So now it's just up to me about playing fast, playing physical, and being relentless now that I know. So just continuing to take steps each day so I can get more comfortable. Some of the best advice I got was from Gardeck, and he was telling me, once you get your college confidence, swag, charisma back, and you just do it here, it's going to continue to take off. So, not really. Yes, I'm a rookie, but I'm really excited to get better each and every day.
We're talking to Darius Robinson. Darius, when we talked to you back in the summer, you were talking about, you've always been very open about, how process oriented you are, and you were talking about just jumping in then. And now, we're, like you were saying during the break, we're about a week away from the first preseason game. How quickly is it moving for you?
No, it's moving super fast. But that's why I got to get better. I got to stay in my playbook, stay in the film room, stay on my technique. We play the Saints here in a week, and it's crazy. In college, the Mizzou guys just started camp. And, in college, you just go camp, then your first game. In the league, it's camp. Game. So, I got to make sure I'm ready and hot. The Saints are going to be a good opponent coming in here, and this will be my first time playing in State Farm, so, I got to make sure I'm ready to play.
So where have they played you across the line?
literally the whole line from I haven't gone to a 2-eye, but I can, but really from a shade all the way out to a 9. And it's really just based off our personnel group. So that's why I'm just learning each position and all the different things that you can do at the position so that whatever coach wants to line me up at, I'll be able to go out there and line up and play.
So, Darius, they've put you out in a wide 9 on the edge?
Yeah, out there, some of our fronts, you go out there, the tight ends on the line, you can be a 9. Some of them you can be a 6-eye, but just depending if we know if it's pass or run. But at the end of the day, man, I just try to play fast and physical, get my alignment, and just go play ball.
Are you in a 2-point stance, or are you in a 3?
I'll still be in my 3-point.
Okay,
in college I'll get in the 2, but here they told me to stay in my 3-point.
Okay.
But I'm not mad at it because you get off the ball so much faster than a 3-point anyway. So I like being loaded up, low to the ground, and really strike a match when I get out my stance.
Have they put you over the center?
No, I haven't played 0, but I know
Okay.
in some of our third down packages we'll go shade right now, but I know we still got much more installs, so I could see it happening. But just whatever opportunity coach gives me, just make the most out of it and be prepared through my daily habits and practice reps.
Do you like being moved around?
Yeah.
Do you like that?
Yeah, because I think it creates a different look for the offense because they don't know where we're going to be coming from. And also for me, I'm a big technician, so I like rushing inside because then I can do my quicker rushes. If I go outside, I can do more of my power rushes. And it really just depends on my track, my angle, my alignment. So, but now I love playing up and down the line.
We're talking to Darius Robinson. Darius, you're such a student of the game, and then you had this quote last week where you're like, yeah, I just finished my master's degree, so now I can focus even more on football.
Oh, yeah.
So first of all, what was the master's degree in? That's a nice little thing to just kind of get out of the way.
Yeah.
And now, how does that change your life going into this?
Yes, I got my master's in education with an emphasis in positive coaching and athletic leadership. So if I want to be an athletic director or a coach or work the business side of sports, once this is all said and done, that was very important to me because I thought about leaving Missouri my 4th year, but I knew if I came back my 5th year, I wanted to get my master's. So whenever this ends for me, knock on wood, I want to be a Cardinal for the rest of my life. But, eventually that day will come. But I'll be more than prepared for life. And now it just gives me even more time because now I used to do my homework late at night after I got done watching tape. But now that's more time for tape and more time for learning the plays and just being more. I'm really a pro football, so just thinking about that more and more. But I'm really excited I got that done before the season because that was important to me and my family.
So Darius, that is awesome right there. It really is. But when you're not playing football or doing this learning thing, when you're not playing football or learning,
2 degrees too, right? 2
getting
degrees
master's
and
degrees.
Yeah, so really 3 degrees.
What do you like to do? What do you like to do in your free time?
Yeah, I say community service work. I started my own nonprofit foundation. It's crazy. I just placed the order for my church back in Missouri. I ordered 300 book bags for back to school drive. Last year I did 100. This year I really challenged myself to do more, so I did 300. And then I'm gonna send some of my Cardinals jerseys back down there. And but nah, man, I just be a real chill guy. I really just care about people, put my faith first, and playing ball. But other than that, man, I'm just a real chill family guy.
Darius, will you please run for president?
Yeah, I might.
So I could vote for you, please.
Yeah, I just think about treating people right, man. This football stuff is as much as I love it, and that's why I'm so locked in because I don't know how much time I really got, but my relationships with treating people right and my faith is going to be there forever. So I really value that.
That's awesome.
So that's why when we go out there, you got to cut it on. But after that, man, we talk about anything because it's more bigger things than just ball,
I feel like the show gets more intelligent when you join us. You just raised our maturity level on the show significantly.
Ding.
The pass rush, last year was a different team, but the pass rush, the sack numbers weren't great last year, but now they've added you. B.J. Ojulari's going into year 2. They've added some other pieces as well. How do you feel about this pass rush this year?
I feel great. I think we got a lot of work to do to reach our goals and the numbers we want to be at. So each day, just really attacking it. I know for me personally, that was the first time doing one-on-ones and since the Senior Bowl. So I just felt a little rusty on some of my tracks. So just get back on my tracks because that's the thing. You go by yourself and work the sled, work the bob, but then once that hand actually hit back, you got to make sure you're ready to hit back. So just continue to work on that in practice.
So where yesterday they were lining you up in a lot of different places, where did you feel the best? Where did you make a play that you were like, yeah, you know what, I like this?
Yeah, I'd probably say a rushing. I feel like I had some good rushes at the 3-tech, which outside shaded the guard yesterday. And in the run game, I think my 4-hour work was pretty solid, really honing in on my key of the inside tackle and make sure I get that knockback, look for the ball, and then violently release. So, but like you said, just got a lot of work to do and excited for practice today.
Darius, we appreciate this. I know you got practice coming up. Thanks so much for the time, man. Good luck.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Darius.
That's Darius Robinson joining us right there. When we come back, what's the ceiling of this Cardinals offense? It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs Nationals.
There goes Gurriel. The pitch swung on, hit well. Deep to right. Back it goes. Gone! Corbin Carroll! A 2-run pinch hit walk-off homer is the final blow of an improbable come-from-behind win as the Diamondbacks take down the Nationals by a final score of 9-8.
D-backs Nationals, Game 2 of 3 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Let's face it, nothing makes you look older than you really are than thinning hair. But what if you could not only increase your hair count, but promote new hair growth without surgery, without drugs with potential side effects, and without a prescription from your doctor? Well, now you can, thanks to a breakthrough new supplement called Hair Grow, provided by New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Europe. Hair Grow is now available in the U.S. Only Hair Grow contains Tocogaya, a powerful antioxidant that has received a U.S. patent. Multiple clinical studies show Hair Grow is safe and effective in promoting new hair growth. In one study, 95% of the patients using Hair Grow saw increased hair count. Don't lose more time and more hair. Try Hair Grow today to feel and look your best. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS. Look younger and feel more confident with Hair Grow by New Nordic at NewNordicUSA.com or in stores at your local CVS.
It's the harshest test your roof can go through, an Arizona summer. Dave Burns here, and I want to introduce you to Renco Roofing, family-owned, local, proven track record over the last 20 years. Now is the best time to get your roof inspected by Renco. They're deeply rooted in the local community, dedicated contractors who cover everything from re-roofing to repairs. Don't wait for a costly repair. Schedule your roof inspection now at RencoRoofing.com. That's RencoRoofing.com. Monsoon tested, sunshine approved.
Dan Bickley here, and if you've been sentenced to 30 years of debt by your mortgage, I have your solution. The Life Changer loan combines your banking with your mortgage, and it allows you to pay off your mortgage in years, not decades, and then you get decades to build personal wealth, which is how you get ahead. If you're a good fit, this loan will do exactly what it says. It will change your life. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844. Find them online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hi, it's Carol Royce with your home sold guaranteed realty. Here's my guaranteed offer to you. Receive multiple cash offers from me and my cash buyers. You pick the best offer and select your close date. Get cash offers within hours of your request. No showings, no hassles. Your home will close when you want, and you're certain to get your cash. No matter your reason for selling, rest assured your home is sold guaranteed. Call me, Carol Royce, 480-776-5231.
Don't miss the Alan Parsons Live Project at the Celebrity Theater Sunday, August 18th. One of rock's most spectacular sonic and visual experiences. The Alan Parsons Live Project will take you on a journey like no other. Tickets on sale now at celebritytheater.com. The Alan Parsons Live Project, brought to you by Danny Salisco Presents.
Whataburger. Hot, fresh, and right. Are you a Hatch Green Chili fan? Yes? It's time to get your green chili double all-time favorite at Whataburger. Made to order just like you like it. Double meat, double cheese, crispy bacon, plus the smooth, roasted heat of Hatch Green Chilies. Hot, fresh, and right. Stop by and order that green chili double today. Download the Whataburger app and receive a free Whataburger. Whataburger, bringing your hot, fresh, and right flavors 24/7.
Now the script's about to kick off, this party looks whack. Let's take it back to straight hip-hop and start it from scratch. I'm about to bloody this track up, everybody get back. That's why my opinions are bad, cause my rhymes are back.
training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals camp. Now.
All right, thanks to Darius Robinson for joining us up here. Wolf, we've talked to him. And there was I know we talked to him at Cardinals at the practice facility in Tempe during the offseason. I think we may have talked to him right after the draft too, like the next day. Every time he's impressive. Like every time.
I got to tell you right now, I mean, honestly, I think he's one of the most impressive, if not the most impressive rookie I've ever met. I'm serious.
Wow.
You're talking about a guy, he's got how many masters? One
master,
two, or
two degrees and a
two
master's
degrees
degree.
and a master's degree right there. Okay.
And he just finished the master's degree like as he was getting ready for football season. You heard him. He said he would finish all his getting ready for the NFL stuff and then late at night work on his master's degree.
Yes, and what would he like to do, Luke? What did he tell us?
Be an athletic director.
In his free time?
Oh, in his free time, he was an even better person.
Oh, my gosh. Just unbelievable. So impressive. Darius Robinson right now, and you said this, Luke, and you're right on. It's easy to see why. Monty Ossenfort and JG said, we like that guy.
If you missed the interview, go listen to the podcast. At one point, Wolf asked him to run for president. And this guy isn't even in the NFL yet, but he already has like a plan after the NFL. He talks like somebody that has been in the league for like 15, 20 years. And he's like, yeah, I don't know how many more years I got left. Like, you haven't started yet.
Yeah.
But he's already got a plan lined up after that. All right, over to the offensive side of the football. Kyler Murray spoke yesterday. He talked about what he thinks this offense's ceiling could be in 2024.
Of course. And I think a lot of the guys that are, in that room, they've been on, really good offenses before and understand what that feels like. I know I have, and I know, what this group is capable of, and that's the exciting part. Not only do we have the guys in there, but they love the game and they're willing to work, and they all, they all understand it. So, that's half the battle is just, not only having the guys, but them actually, believing in it.
You got to have talent and you got to have toughness. You hear me talk about this all the time. You have to have both, especially in the National Football League, based on needs. If you do not have both, you're going to be in trouble. You're just not going to win a lot of games. You have to have talent and you have to have toughness. And I do believe that you can find it in the same individual. You can find a lot of talent and a lot of toughness as well. Not all the time. It's not like you're going to find a Pro Bowler all the time, but that's okay. What you need are guys who are going to line up, know what to do, and use the talent that they have and hit the ceiling with the talent that they have and bring that toughness play after play after play. That's why culture matters, because then you go out and you look for guys that fit that culture.
More from Kyler Murray, and we really have not heard him speak since the whole UCLA trip where he took most of the offensive skill guys out to UCLA to work on some stuff. He talked about how that all came together.
Just, it's something I wanted to do. Again, that goes back to having guys, kind of my age that, we can coordinate those things a lot easier. But just sent out the text, man, and just, kind of had the people set it up, and we went out there and got it in. It was fun.
Yeah, I also talked about what he hopes comes out of trips like that.
Wins. Yeah, wins. I want to see everybody get paid, do what they want to do in the sport. You only get so long, but it just wins.
Just incredible right there, because I'll never forget the first time that I heard that, and it was from Trey McBride. I actually did something here at State Farm Stadium with Trey McBride and interviewed him, right? And Trey told me that he was leaving from here. He was going to hang out there at California, where they were, Southern California, UCLA, correct?
Yeah.
They were going to go out there, and he told me he was on his way out there, and Kyler had set up this place. And I guess it is this unbelievable mansion that he went ahead and rented out, of course, kind of like an Airbnb thing, and brought all of his teammates there so they could hang out together, of course, and then go work out. That is a huge, huge deal right there.
That's just fun way to get ready for the season, too. I mean, they're putting the work in.
Well, he's the one who paid the bill, too.
Yeah.
It's a big deal.
He also talked about what stands out so far about throwing passes to Marv.
I just think the natural ability. I think you just watch him. You can watch him and tell when a guy's got it, he's got it. And he definitely has it.
I mean, you figure the quarterback would know.
Yeah, the quarterback would know right there. And again, the confidence that I'm sure he has. I don't know if you've happened to notice Marvin Harrison Jr. making some contested catches. It was one of the things that I wanted to see early on, and it's one of the things that I have seen. Marvin Harrison Jr. will get separation from a guy that wants to play man coverage, but I've already seen him make multiple contested catches. And that, to me, is what the NFL's all about.
When he makes them too, at least the ones that I've seen so far, it looks effortless. Like as effortless as a contested catch could look, right? I mean, you got to take the ball away from somebody else. But everything he's done so far is just kind of like, yep, this is supposed to happen.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, you're here, but that's fine. The ball's mine. Like, you can try to cover me, and that's great, and that's your job, but I'm taking the ball.
Exactly. For a wide receiver in the National Football League, man, these corners, even if you beat them initially and you're open initially, which is one of the reasons why the quarterback is going to throw you the ball, they have such great recovery speed. These corners at this level right now, it's going to be, a lot of the time, it's going to be a contested catch. Larry Fitzgerald knows all about that. Yet Larry, hey, you kidding me? Throw him the ball, because even when he's covered, he's open because of his ability to make those contested catches. I'm hoping Marvin Harrison Jr. has the exact same skill.
More from Kyler Murray on his confidence in Marv already.
Very confident, very confident. He's obviously a great player, loves the game, and the time that we've got to spend together off the field this offseason since he got drafted has been very positive, and I think that's going to translate to the field.
Yeah, it's going to translate to the field. It really is. This chemistry, this is what they've got to build. This trust, this confidence. It's something that Trey McBride really built with Kyler Murray last year. Did we see that? Could you notice that, Basin Onions? The way Trey McBride exploded? Why? Because of the confidence Kyler Murray had in Trey McBride. And because of Trey McBride's confidence level that he could make plays. And he did.
Yeah. Yeah, and now you add this piece on top of it. That's a huge – that's got to be like the biggest reason. Not the only reason, but the biggest reason Cardinals fans are so excited about this season because of what you just said, Wolf.
Yeah.
You already saw Kyler build legitimate on-field chemistry with Trey McBride, and Trey McBride took off. Now you add Marvin Harrison Jr. on top of that, in addition to everything with the run game. Like, logically, this offense should be pretty nasty to deal with. And that's not even accounting for the depth guys like Zay Jones, Michael Wilson, who could still have a breakout year. You know what I mean? Greg Dortch is so reliable. Tip Ryman, as you've brought up, I think once, maybe over the last few months.
Couple times.
Once. Yeah, look, I mean, this offense should, as long as everybody's on the field, should be pretty fun. Here's Drew Petzing. He was asked if he shares the same optimism about this offense.
No, I think we really got to focus on what we're trying to accomplish. And if we're going to get where we want to go, I think that always has to be the goal. And I think that has to be driven home on a daily basis. Because if you start thinking about, hey, what we could be, what we need to be, I think you're going to stop focusing on how do I get better at my job, coaches and players included. So I think that has really been the message from the moment we walked in this building, and it's going to continue to be as we approach the season.
What are we calling him now?
The Gremlin.
The Gremlin robot genius.
That's right. Whatever you want to call him right now. I call him the Gremlin right there. And, man, truer words were never spoken right there, honestly. I absolutely love the mentality over and over and over again. What Drew Petzing just said is focus on the process. Focus on the process. Don't look at the end result, Basinonians. You want to accomplish a goal. You want to reach a pinnacle. Don't focus on the end. Focus on today. Focus on the process of getting there. Focus on what you have to do in order to reach that goal. And you'll get there.
I just want to see some games at this point. And I know we're like a week into camp, but I just want to see the offense. I understand we're not ready for that, but I just want to see what this offense looks like against another team. Buffalo in week 1. I mean, the schedule to start the season is not easy. You're going up against Buffalo, Detroit, and L.A.
Yeah.
And the Rams. not the Chargers, the Rams. So that's typically some pretty good defense. Detroit has a pretty good defense. Buffalo always has a pretty good defense.
You know what I love about that right there is especially those first two games, Buffalo, Detroit.
Well, L.A.'s second. It goes
Oh,
Buffalo,
okay,
LA,
that's
Detroit
right.
down.
Okay,
Yeah.
yes. It's still the fact that it's going to be very physical, those two games. Buffalo on the road. Let me tell you right now, that's going to be no joke in Orchard Park.
No, that game, I know it's early to talk about that, but think about that, Wolf. They're either going to go out there and they're going to play Buffalo, and it's going to be tough, and they're going to lose. And it's like, okay, well, we're still figuring stuff out. Buffalo's a good team. Buffalo did some weird stuff this offseason, but they're a good team. But, if they go into Buffalo and beat Buffalo in week 1, doesn't that just accelerate everything right out of the gate?
Yeah, I would say so. Once again, it's all about how they play. Win or lose right now, they got to focus on playing well in that game. Now, hopefully, you'd want them to focus well on playing well in that game and winning, of course. But I just think it's so important early
just a
on.
big test right out of the gate.
Yeah, I think it's so important early on that they play well. Sometimes, Luke, it's possible. You play well in the NFL, you lose. Even if you play well, you can lose in the NFL. I know that fans don't want to hear that, but it's the truth. You can play well and actually lose in the NFL. But hopefully they're going to go out and play well and win, because that would be, can you imagine if they beat the Buffalo Bills on the road? Oh, you want to talk about expectation level? And I'm not talking about here in the Basinonians. I'm talking about out there.
Well, that's a good way to get on everybody's radar right away. You go into Buffalo and beat Buffalo. Have you subscribed to the Wolf and Luke Show podcast? Subscribe right now on your iPhone or Android. You will never miss any of the show. It's the Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by FanDuel. We come back. Last night's comeback win for the Diamondbacks, maybe the best of the year. We'll get into that next. Also, they made a pretty big trade today, too. It's Wolf and Luke at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals have begun doing this and this. Practice is open to the public, and Arizona Sports is there with Wolf and Luke and Burns and Gambo, bringing you the sights and sounds from Cardinals training camp. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Get more of this, and this from the Cardinals and Arizona Sports on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Kids, KARS, Cars for Kids, 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
This summer, get away in the Hyundai you've always wanted at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get the hottest deals of the season on many of our award-winning Hyundai models, which all come with America's best warranty. But get going, because these deals won't last. Add more joy to your journey at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Lease a Tucson for only $269 a month, or get 1.99% APR for 60 months plus $500 bonus cash. See your local Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end July 31st. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, a lot of people think that they have accounts, investments that are diversified, but they really don't. Tell me about diversification and how Asset Preservation Wealth and Management handles that.
Actually, I think that the word's highly misunderstood because people will come in with 100 different positions, different mutual funds, and they feel like they're diversified. But oftentimes those mutual funds are all buying the same underlying stocks. So if they're all owning the same positions, we know there's going to be tons of overlap.
So you guys are able to combat that by having multiple money managers with different outlooks.
Absolutely. You don't ever want to have all your eggs in one basket because if your financial advisor gets it wrong, that can be detrimental to your portfolio.
So if you want to be truly diversified, contact Stuart Willis at Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a Colonial with high ceilings, hardwood floors, and a peaceful neighborhood. And you found it. Now, every Saturday at 6 a.m., you get to wake to the sound of your neighbor's leaf blower. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit ConsumerCellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by July 31st, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
He went to doctor after doctor looking for relief and always walked away discouraged. Surgery and drugs hadn't worked before, so why would he try them again? That's when Carmen made an appointment at QC Kinetics.
I'll tell you one thing. I got a spring in my step. The bounce is back in my step. My quality of life improving exponentially since I've been going to QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics has treated over 35,000 patients like Carmen, using their own healing components, concentrating them into damaged knees, hips, shoulders, and backs. No surgery, no drugs.
The pain's gone, quality of life so much better, and mentally I'm in such a better place because I know that I'm not going to wake up to the same old struggles that I have been dealing with every single day. 10 months ago, no joke, I was a prime candidate for a knee replacement. Today, I'm not because of the treatment I'm receiving at QC Kinetics.
Carmen finally got relief, and it was easy, starting with a free consultation at QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
I'm Jesse Morrison with the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Breaking news ahead of the MLB trade deadline. The Arizona Diamondbacks have reportedly traded for first baseman Josh Bell from the Miami Marlins for cash considerations. This comes after D-backs first baseman Christian Walker exited yesterday's 9-8 win over the Nationals with what the team described as left oblique soreness. Our own John Gambadoro reports that Walker will go on the injured list with a mid-oblique strain. The D-backs and Nats play again tonight. Ryan Nelson goes up against former D-back Patrick Corbin. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The latest is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting, Arizona built for America's dreams.
Hey, it's Gambo. The MLB trade deadline is fast approaching. We'll bring you right up to the deadline and get you all the latest around the D-backs and their NL wildcard foes. Join us at 2 on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, trade deadline about 2.5 hours away. And they've already made a trade today, the Diamondbacks acquiring Josh Bell from the Marlins. So read into that what you will about Christian Walker.
That didn't take long.
No, they got that trade done quickly. Now, some of that might be because the trade deadline is today. So if you're going to make a trade, if you don't know definitively if you're going to have Christian Walker or when you're going to have him back, you might be like, if you're Mike Hazen, you might be like, I got to make the trade today. So I mean, you don't get. The league's not going to wait on you to get all the imaging back and then, see how you feel and how your offense looks without Christian Walker. I know Gambo tweeted out he expects him to go on the injured list. That could be 2 weeks. That could be longer. Who knows? We can get back into that, but let's focus on last night's just ridiculous win. And here's Torey Lovello after the game.
That was a character win. That was a team that played with heart and determination and a lot of will. The first couple innings were very difficult. We got flattened, but they just kept chipping away. And you walk out and you're facing an all-star closer, and you still don't believe that's the end. This team is hungry, and it was awesome to watch. It was an awesome moment in the dugout. There was a lot of maneuvering that was happening. Everybody was in line and in place with what was going on. One guy handed it off to the next, and it was just a great team win and a great team moment. And they're celebrating right now, and they deserve it. I'm really proud of this team.
Yeah, it's cliched, I get it, but that was the team win across the board. Like, a lot of guys contributed to that win.
The Diamondbacks, to me, Basinonians, they couldn't have won this game in any better way. We were talking about this earlier in the broadcast as well, but to look so dead in the water after a listless start by Jordan Montgomery. Alone, listless, breakfast table in. Okay, I've got to do it, ladies and gentlemen. When you say listless,
we have to put
at
that
some
on
point in time,
on the
you
list
have
of
to
words
you have
now.
to break into a little Pearl Jam right there, of course. But to come back and win that game, and it wasn't like they were down 2 runs, down a run. They came back when they were down 8-2 in this game.
They were down big all game. That's the thing. Like,
Big
it was
all
never.
game.
And I told you earlier, like when it was 6-0 and we were only going into the 3rd inning, I genuinely felt like they were going to come back. Whether that meant a win or not, I felt like they were going to come back because we've seen them. They're hitting everything lately. We saw them come back with 3 in the 10th inning on Sunday even. It wasn't quite enough to win. It should be 3 runs in the 10th inning. It wasn't quite enough. It was so early in the game. You figured they were at least going to make a run. They started to make that run and got it to 6-2, and then they gave up 2 more runs in the 6th, and that's when it was like, okay, like now you're down 8-2. You're going into the 7th. After all that work, you're still down 6 runs. But they kind of just chipped away at it. You get it to 5 runs after 7 and to 4 runs after 8, and then down 8-4 going in the bottom of the 9th.
I
Just
know.
score 5 runs like it's nothing.
It's just incredible the way it happened, too. I wanted to say, okay, who really was the key? Who was the impetus to the Diamondbacks' comeback, right?
I've got to vote. But
produce Luke Lipinski.
Okay.
Who was it?
I'm going to let Torey Lovello answer with my vote for that game, okay?
Ketel Marte continues to really emerge as one of the best players in the league. I hope he gets some very strong MVP considerations. He's on an unbelievable path, and he is just barreling up the baseball and hitting it. It doesn't matter left or right hand in any direction.
So I looked on FanDuel. He is now 4th in MVP odds.
Okay, yeah, there you go.
Behind Shohei, and it's going to be tough to beat Shohei. Bryce Harper, who's had a great year, although he hasn't been hitting great lately, and Francisco Lindor. But Ketel Marte belongs in that group this year for sure.
It's just amazing, too, because I was thinking, based on earnings, who would you point to and say, that was the guy right there? Apparently, Ketel Marte is the guy you're kind of looking at,
I'm
right?
going to go with Ketel.
Okay, go with Ketel Marte.
3 more hits, had the home run in the 9th.
What's amazing about it is Alec Thomas. Ooh. Alec Thomas, who should have struck out.
You sounded surprised by your own answer.
Just right, exactly. But he didn't, and it wasn't called a strike for the record. It was not. You can't blame Alec Thomas for that. But, boy, he made the most of it, did he not? Ripped it into the gap. Here comes a triple. Alec Thomas, of course, incredible. Started it. It starts with 1, Basinonians. It does. And Alec Thomas was the guy who started it. Okay, you're still down 4 runs. There's nobody out in the inning. Look, there's a guy standing there on 3rd. We might actually come back and score a run here, or maybe even 2, get a little kooky. But winning the game, not a lot of people thought they were going to win the game just because Alec Thomas led off with a triple.
No. So there's a couple candidates, Ketel Marte, Alec Thomas. Slade Ciccone came in and kept the game close late.
Yeah, okay, but I would also say Geraldo Perdomo.
He had a couple hits.
He came through with a base hit and scored Alec Thomas, right?
How about Lourdes Gurriel Jr., a couple hits, big play in the field.
Lourdes.
Or what about this guy, Wolf?
Yeah, first pitch, splitter, cut it out in front, and then I thought I hit a fastball, but I guess it was a splitter because it was 91. But kind of just got the top of the zone. Obviously not where he wanted it, and was able to capitalize on the mistake.
Yeah, that's the guy who hit the walk-off home run in the 9th inning. Pinch hit, walk-off home run. By the way, he will be joining us in about 50 minutes. He'll be joining us at 1:30. That's
very,
Corbin
very
Carroll
cool,
right
man.
there.
Corbin Carroll right there. But once again, he's not in that situation if guys don't do their job leading up to that situation. Yes, it was him. To me, it's like the Diamondbacks couldn't have a better way of winning this game because it was Corbin Carroll with a 2-run jack to walk it off. Oh, my goodness. The fact that it was Corbin Carroll, after everything he's been through, and this kind of season, And this kind of season not being the kind of season he had last year when he was Rookie of the Year, of course. It really has been a down season for Corbin Carroll. And suddenly, bam, a 2-run jack over the wall, walks it off. But it was all the guys that did their job leading up to Corbin Carroll. Corbin Carroll was the exclamation mark of the sentence last night. No doubt about it. He was the exclamation mark. But, man, there were words, there were letters that actually created a sentence that led up to that exclamation point.
You know, it raises good questions now, too, of, like, what does a finish like that do for Corbin Carroll going forward the rest of the season? What does a game like that do for the whole team? You know, I said this before. It felt like they already don't feel like they're out of a game. Well, when you actually come back from down 8-2 or down 4 going into the 9th inning, you're never going to feel like you're out of a game unless you're down like 10-0. You know what I mean? So
yes.
If Washington goes out there, the Nationals have a 3-2 lead after 4 innings, they're not going to care. They don't want to be down 3-2, but you think the Diamondbacks are really going to be fazed by that? If it's 5-2, you think they're really going to be that fazed by it?
Great point, Luke. It really is, because just like individually, that can happen to guys individually. Mm-hmm. Once again, we were talking about Brandon Pfaadt. Think of Brandon Pfaadt and what he did in the postseason last year.
Yep.
Brandon Pfaadt, in the games he pitched in the postseason. What, you think suddenly a big game, it's a rubber game of this 3-game series, against a really good baseball, he's going to be phased. He's going to be – no, dude, he's been there. He's been to the most pressure-packed situation you could possibly get. It's called the World Series. Google it, my young grunts.
Google the World Series.
And I'm just saying right now, that's the same thing that can happen collectively to a team. To your point, Luke, well done by you.
I'm actually Googling World Series. It brings up Louisville baseball.
Okay.
Not what I expected.
That's unbelievable.
All right, when we come back, what does Lorenzo Alexander see from this Cardinals defense heading towards that first preseason game? We're going to ask the 15-year NFL vet. He's going to join us up here next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The Arizona Cardinals, what they were able to accomplish last year was start to build a real change in culture that players are buying into, whether it's players coming back for another year under Jonathan Gannon and Monty Ossenfort and their staff, or it's players coming from the outside. I think that's one of the strengths that this team has right now that it hasn't had in a very long time. And that is belief in what they're doing on the football field, belief in the leadership.
Yeah. Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information right now. And when you do that, you'll see there is a free consultation if you mention me. That's right. You say, hey, you know what, Wolf, Aria Dental Implant Center will give you that free consultation right now. Maybe you're tired of not having the teeth that you want, ladies and gentlemen. If you want a beautiful new set of teeth and overall improve the quality of your life, you need the all-on-4 dental implant treatment, and you need to go to Aria Dental Implant Center to get it right now. You can have a brand new set of beautiful teeth, and 24 hours after surgery, the all-on-4 will give you the closest option to your natural teeth. Aria will save you thousands and thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers that are out there. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan. And Shane, you've got an all-star staff of people who want to work at Chapman BMW. What makes your brand so special?
Well, Dan, we're a family-owned business that does things the right way. We have a great product in BMW. As a matter of fact, Consumer Reports ranks our vehicles #1 in reliability for the past 2 years. And it's true what they say, we make luxury attainable. So come down, take a look. You will be surprised.
You can shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Hey, folks, it's Dave Ramsey with a word about investing. One investment you might not think of, even though it's probably the biggest purchase you'll ever make, is your home. So this summer, invest in your home with Window World. You see, Window World replacement windows and doors will help keep your home cooler, reduce your power bills, and increase the value of your home. Plus, your investment is backed by Window World's true lifetime warranty. Call today, and Window World of Phoenix will install 5 large premium sliding windows, all with energy-efficient Solar Zone Sun Shield glass for only $39.63, tax included. At Window World, you get their guaranteed lowest price up front without any hassle. So take care of your home with an investment that will last a lifetime. Call today or schedule online at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
Parker & Sons wants to thank you, Arizona, for helping them become the Valley's most trusted heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical company over the last 50 years. 50 years. It's Parker's 50th anniversary. They are celebrating by giving right back to Arizona with 50 acts of kindness. If anyone you know is in need of Parker's services, visit parker50.com and nominate them for a free service or repair today. Parker50.com or call 602-2REPAIR.
Hey, you know who loves America's pastime? America Roofing, Arizona's roofing contractor of the year, serving the Valley for over 2 decades. Paul Calvisi here. They were referred to me, and now I'm referring them to everyone I know. Plus, save 10%. Click AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Wolf and Luke talking Cards Camp now.
All right, Zoe is here. Lorenzo Alexander joining us up here on the, I don't know if this is the concourse. I don't know. We got a good view. We're overlooking the 50-yard line right here at State Farm Stadium. Wolf, doesn't it? I mean, it feels like every couple hours it feels more like football. And now Zoe's here, it feels even more like football. Zoe, what's going on, man?
I'm doing well. Just getting reacclimated to this Arizona heat. I was gone for a couple of days. I still went to hot places, but it's different. You know, I went back east of Virginia, and then I was in Texas, so it's more humid there. But there's nothing that beats, 118 is 118 when it's 118. So right. I'm just getting real acclimated, and it's football. So, my son is playing, so I'm out there in it. We was out there yesterday around 11 o'clock noon for this one workout because the kid only can make it that time. Ooh. It was about 1:15, but I was like, hey, we got to get this work in, fellas. So let's knock it out. So it's been good. I've been well.
So, Zoe, you're going to be at practice today, right?
Yeah. I know they put the pads on yesterday. I was waiting for that. And so I wanted to come out and check them out, really starting to get a feel for who they are as a football team and seeing what some of these guys looked in OTAs versus now when you put the football pads on and just start to see what this team is going to develop into. And obviously training camp the first couple of days, people are trying to figure themselves out. So I'll come out today, and then I'll be back Friday just to kind of see that progression over the first couple of days.
Okay. We just had Darius Robinson on.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you got to hear it, but I know you've heard him speak
Right.
before.
Yeah.
Wolf and I were just like, I think at one point Wolf was trying to find something wrong with him. Like he was going out, and there wasn't anything.
Dude.
He's he was just 2 degrees, just got his master's degree.
Yep.
He's, obviously studies so much for football, doing charity work. He already has his plan for after football, maybe being an athletic director. Wolf's like, what do you do for fun? He's like, well, I try to help people. It's like,
he's passionate about serving. His faith, right? So that's who he is. We've been called to be in relationship and love one another. Amen. So when he's speaking of that, that's just what's coming out of him because that's what he's chasing after, and that's who he's trying to follow when we talk about Christ. So it's good to hear that type of maturity from a young man that's just entering into this league, right? And then obviously his football ability, that's a tool I think God has given him that's only going to add to the credibility as far as who he is and what he represents. And that's going to be very enticing and attractive to other guys in that locker room. That's only going to make this locker room better, which I believe if you have better men in your organization, men and women in your organization, what happens on the field is only going to get better. So having young men like that, identifying high character football players, that are confident in who they are and what they do is really exciting for this football team's future.
So you're thinking to yourself right now, you're going to watch practice today, and then you're going to come back on Friday, and maybe it will be an up-tempo, full-pad practice. Who knows? We don't know what's going on, what the schedule might be right now. But where are your eyes going to be? What is it that you are curious about? Something that you really want to see in practice?
Interior line play. My eyes are always going to go to the defense first. I think that's where we want to see the biggest growth.
Makes sense.
I know who Kyler is. I know what he's capable of doing. Obviously, Marvin. Those are the real sexy. Let me go see what they do. Throw the ball up. And by the way, this is almost football. This is not football because Kyler can't get sacked yet. And and Marvin, the reason why nobody gonna hit him because it's non-con. You ain't gonna hit your star player. So it's almost football. All right. Now the interior. That is football. That is football.
Yes.
That is you can do everything. I'm jamming you. I'm bull rushing you. I'm pulling you down right when you're in this live contact. So my eyes are going to gravitate there because we already know this, Wolf. The game is won in between the trenches, right?
Yeah.
Who is going to be the dominant line, offense and defensive line, and especially with this team, seeing with these younger pass rushers, what do these guys look like? How are they taking their games to another level? Is where I really want to see because that is real football right now.
Zoe, what do you when you come to the pass rush, like, does it matter in your experience if you have like one dominant pass rusher, or could you do it the way the Cardinals look like they might be doing it this year, where you have a few different guys that are kind of different styles of players?
You can do it either way. It just comes down to the guy beating their matchup. Now, when you have a dominant guy, he can move anywhere on the line of scrimmage and pretty much be impactful and effective at what he does, and then they typically freeze up other guys around him because they're trying to send the double team of the protection to him. When you have multiple guys, right, sometimes as a coach now I have to be a little bit more strategic as far as his matchups on third down. Like, okay, his skill set, he's good, but his skill set fits better versus this right tackle. This guy's skill set better versus the left guard. And so you may have to be a little bit more strategic where you put them at as far as them being productive.
Okay.
But I've been on both teams where I was, one of 3 or 4, and I've been on teams where it was just the guy and Khalil Mack, and he tore things up, and everybody else got to eat off of what the disruption he created. So it's either or. At the end of the day, you have to beat the matchup that's in front of you, whether it's one or two guys. Only one guy really got to win.
So if I said to you, Zoe, offensively, what are you curious about in regard to the offense for the Arizona Cardinals and what they may be doing right now? Where would your mind go if I asked you that?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of things that, again, I want to see them be able to run the football, but I really want to see Kyler and what he looks like. Because last year he wasn't out here doing anything at this time.
Yeah.
And so to see how he is working, right, seeing some of the chemistry he's having with some of the younger receivers when we think about Marvin Harrison, just the in and out of the huddle, the tempo, right, how many penalties do we have when we got the penalty? Is people jumping off sides? How does he step in and get everybody back locked in? Because you're going to have a bad practice or a couple of guys have bad plays, but how do you finish the practice and work your way through that? So all those little things that typically I just want to see a big bomb. No, I'm looking for those little things that really tell you the culture and I think the mindset of a football team when things aren't going well in practice, which is obviously going to be led by Kyler and what he does, and then some of these younger guys, how they kind of adapt to this new culture in this space.
Talking to Lorenzo Alexander, Zoe, speaking of Darius Robinson, he's already talked about how they're kind of moving him all around,
right,
and how he's a versatile player. Now, you were like the definition of versatile when you were in the league. You played basically everywhere on the defense. Is there a key to being able to do that aside from just having the physical ability? Like,
right,
if he was here right now, is there like a secret you would give him to be able to do it?
I mean, he's a smart guy, so you definitely got to be smart. You got to be able to process different information, because you could line up at 3 different positions within the course of, let's say, the first 3 series on third down, and you got to understand what each of those guys do differently. Now, maybe he's good enough, he's better than I am, where his move is just more dominant than whoever he's going against, but just understanding the different things that are going to happen and be able to make that transition, because the way things happen at defensive tackle versus edge, things happen quicker when you're interior. On the outside, you have a little bit more time and space to think about what you're going to do and set a guy up in pass rush. So it's all about those things. And also your eye progression on third or on first or second down. If he's playing out there first and second down, the guy blocks down, does his eyes go down? And so the little integral techniques that come up from being a 3 technique or being outside are going to be the big things, and just really being good at one and then kind of growing as his training camp goes on. I'll tell you another guy that is very versatile, and man, I'm sick. I just found out some new information about my man Vetter, right? I've been a recruiter all year, man. I did a lot of homework this year because I sent the email to Miss Stephanie and Wolf. I never got a reply, so I said maybe I'm not doing it right.
Wolf doesn't check his email.
I know, but she didn't send it back to me either. But I found out my man is going to the 9th grade. I thought he was going to be an 8th grader like my son. I want him to play on my football team. So, but did that stop me from doing my homework? I went back to Buffalo, right? To that dead-end street, trying to find more information on my man, right? And look what I came across back in Buffalo. I got this authentic football card just so I could get a little bit more information about my man and trying to figure out how can I go about recruiting Vetter a little bit better because I didn't get any response. So I said, let me go back home. Right? Where everything began.
Knock it off.
And so if you can sign this for me, because I have the utmost respect. Right, 4-time Pro Bowler. Special teams, special transition. Right.
Transitional technician. Right. This is probably one of my coolest cards. I'm gonna put this in my office so I can walk by this every single day. So if you would sign this for me, because I came across this, it was all about Vetter, but hey, he no longer can play for me. But if you can sign that for me, that would be great.
You're like 10 in that.
You gotta be kidding me. I was actually about 7, I believe.
And he was out there playing tackle football in the rock pile, with older kids.
Dead end straight right there. You gotta be kidding me, dog.
So, always great to talk to you, buddy.
Thank you,
so
man.
much.
Yep, always.
We have to get Zoe and Darius Robinson in the same room, Wolf, and just see what
Oh
happens.
yeah.
Just get these guys. Yeah.
No doubt.
All right, we come back. Another injury to the Arizona Diamondbacks. How concerning is that one? And they got about 2 hours left now before the deadline. Does anything else have to happen? It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When we feel divided, we look to something that can bring us together. It's time to do something powerful and meaningful for kids who need your help.
Be the champion of hope and help kids like me and Phoenix children.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's begins Monday, August 12th. Keep listening to hear how you can make a difference for Arizona kids and families. The Give-a-thon is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Ak-Chin Indian Community.
Hey, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Presidential Polls. Go to presidentialpolls.com for more information right now. Man, I'm telling you right now, the thing that makes Presidential Polls so special is their entire team is made up of lifetime Arizona residents, of course, who basically grew up around pools right here. Water is in their DNA, man, and nobody is going to enjoy talking to you about your dream and your backyard more than Presidential Pools and the people of Presidential Pools. Maybe you're dreaming of that backyard oasis, right? Well, you know what? For over 3 decades, over 30 years, Presidential Pools has been the Valley's premier pool builder. They're APSP certified. They hold an A rating with the Better Business Bureau, and they are proud members of the prestigious United Aqua Group. Of course, their cabinet is packed with awards. They've won Best of Our Valley 2024, multiple Pool of the Year titles. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Gotta change my oil.
How about Valvoline Restore and Protect? It restores and protects your engine to run like new.
Get in zone. It restores your engine to like factory clean?
And protects.
Get in zone. So Valvoline Restore and Protect restores and protects.
Now you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life Oil Filter for $37.99.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
You've heard the saying, it's hard to stop a train. When it comes to putting smiles on children's faces at the Phoenix Children's Hospital, nothing will get in the way when the Teddy Bear Express pulls into town. Train is the proud sponsor of this year's Give-a-thon, giving hundreds of teddy bears to children currently undergoing treatment at PCH. For the past 9 years, Train's commitment ensures that every child's journey through treatment is accompanied by a comforting companion, reminding them they're not alone in their fight.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. What is up, Chris?
What's up, Dave? We are proud to say that our service drive is one of the most efficient in the valley. Bring your vehicle in by 10 p.m. and we will have it ready for you by the next day. While you're here at the dealership, make sure to check out our new 2024 models. This month, you can save up to $3,250 off the all-new 2024 Yukon or Yukon XL.
Shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, it's Vince Murata with Dan Lemoyne, lead nutritionist and CEO at Revitalize Weight Loss. And Dan, people think quick weight loss isn't sustainable, and sustainable weight loss happens very slowly. Does sustainable weight loss have to be slow?
We really want to debunk this myth that fast weight loss is not sustainable. If we can understand what's negatively affecting your metabolism using our bioscan technology and monitor your progress to ensure you're losing fat and fixing your metabolism, weight loss can happen quickly and sustainably.
How much weight are people typically losing on the programs?
Our typical member loses roughly 10% of their body weight within the first 6 weeks of our program. So that's roughly around 25 to 35 pounds on average for the typical person. And many go on to lose way more than that. You compare that to some of these popular weight loss drugs like semaglutide, where it takes over a year to achieve that same result, and the weight typically comes back on. So we're really excited to see these findings.
Go see them virtually or in person for your free initial consultation through the end of the month. You can book online at revitalizeweightloss.com.
Hey, if your roof is down to its last strike, bottom of the ninth, hit a home run with America Roofing. Home or business repair or replace. And we've had America Roofing do both. The Casa Calvisi go with Arizona's Roofing Contractor of the Year. More than 2 decades of experience, A+ rated with a Better Business Bureau. Licensed, bonded, and insured. Nobody knows an Arizona roof better than Jake Tracy and the crew. And it gets better. Mention Calvisi and save 10% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC 186438042.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Some news ahead of the MLB trade deadline. The Arizona Diamondbacks have reportedly traded for first baseman Josh Bell from the Miami Marlins. For cash considerations, this comes after D-backs first baseman Christian Walker exited yesterday's 9-8 win over the Nationals with what the team described as left oblique soreness. Our own John Gambadoro reports that Walker will go on the injured list with a mid-oblique strain. The D-backs and Nats play again tonight. Ryan Nelson goes up against former D-back Patrick Corbin. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The latest is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Need a roll-off dumpster for big summer cleanouts or renovations? Contact Waste Connections. They're easy to order and save you time and money. Waste Connections of Arizona, they want your trash.
Players begin camp. Only 53 can make the roster when the regular season begins.
It's Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Cards Camp live from the farm. Wolf and Luke coming your way with training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
All right, final hour of the show here, and we got a lot coming at you in this final hour. Corbin Carroll's going to join us in about a half hour. Lorenzo Alexander, Darius Robinson already joined us last hour. Wolf, you're going to do your 12 personnel riff at 1:45.
12, yes. 12 personnel.
As practice. Practice will be open by then. I think practice will be open when we have Corbin Carroll on, but obviously we're going to talk to Corbin Carroll about the Diamondbacks' thrilling come-from-behind victory last night. The one that he capped off with his first ever pinch hit home run, his first ever walk-off home run, and the Diamondbacks pick up another win. They are now 17-8 in their last 25. What did you say before? 31-19 in their last
31
50?
and 19.
That is unreal. I mean, that's That's a third of the season. That's absolutely turning the corner there for sure. All right, let's check out the MLB standings. Always more fun to do this after a win.
Wolf and Luke with today's MLB standings. Brought to you by America Roofing, Arizona's #1 residential and commercial roofing company. They've got you covered.
So Dodgers in first place in the NL West at 63 and 44. San Diego is 57 and 51. Diamondbacks now with the win, 5 games above 500 at 56 and 51. San Francisco won again. They are 53 and 55, and the Rockies are 38 and 69. So Wolf, what that does as far as the wild card, and it is maddening because there's so many teams in this race. The Diamondbacks technically still are not in a wild card spot, believe it or not. But they're also 1 game out of the #1 wild card spot. That's how tight this has gotten.
Wow.
You've got the Braves, the Mets, and Padres each a half game back. So those are your top 3. Those are your wild card teams right now. The Diamondbacks are a half game back of the Mets and Padres. The Padres. And then the Cardinals are a game and a half back of the Diamondbacks. The Pirates are a game and a half back of the Diamondbacks. You can keep the Giants in the race right now, too, but in particular, you've got 6 teams fighting for 3 spots separated by 2.5 games.
It's incredible.
The real development has been the Diamondbacks winning as much as they have lately and the Braves losing as much as they have. Because for the longest time, this was a race for 1 wild card spot and then kind of maybe 2. Now they're all open.
Just incredible. It's one of the reasons why last night's game was so encouraging. It's not just the fact they won 1 game, Basinonians, because that's all it was. I get that. It's not just the fact they won 1 game. It's how they did it. And what could that possibly bring, not only to the individuals that were involved in that incredible comeback, especially in that 9th inning, but what could it mean collectively to the Arizona Diamondbacks as well?
Yep.
That's the critical question here.
So there's a lot of good to come from that game. We were talking about it earlier. It's, probably one of their best comebacks ever, really. I mean, certainly their best comeback this season, and they've had a few, but to be down 6 2 different times, and the second time for it to be later in the game like that, and to be down 4 going into the bottom of the 9th and come back and win that way, that's in the all-timer category for the Diamondbacks. Not all good news, though. Jordan Montgomery struggled. I think that just kind of is what it is right now. Some games he pitched, like his last outing, it was good. This one, not good. But the real concerning thing to come out of that game was Christian Walker leaving with an injury. He rarely ever leaves games injured or not.
Yeah.
This was Torey Lovello after the game.
It's not minimal. He's going to get some imaging tomorrow morning, and he's a very tough player, and I blame myself in a lot of different ways for this because I asked him to go out there every day. He's only had probably, I don't even know, 18, maybe 24 innings off this year. So that's on me. I got to be a little bit better at managing him, and I will once he gets out of this little situation. So hopefully we get better. We get real good results tomorrow morning. If we do, he'll avoid a stint on the IL, but we won't know until tomorrow morning.
So it is now tomorrow afternoon, and it sounds like he's going on the IL, according to Gambo. And if you need further proof of that, the Diamondbacks have already acquired another first baseman in Josh Bell from the Marlins. So that trade happened during our show, and it looks like it is just cash considerations they're giving up to the Marlins. So that's something. You're not giving up any prospects or anything. You just
which is nice.
You got that going for him, which is nice. So that's just Ken Kendrick opening the wallet, really, to take that on.
Like he's already done.
He has. I can only imagine how that call goes, or that conversation from Mike Hazen. Mike must walk in and be like, Ken, you're not going to believe it, but we've lost another player, and the trade deadline's in like 4 hours. So they add Josh Bell. It's weird. Like, you look, they traded for Josh Bell.
Right.
But Josh Bell was also on waivers, and he was being DFA'd because the Marlins are trying to save money. But Josh Bell also is on a 7-game hitting streak where he's homered 5 times. So he's been hitting a lot lately.
Yeah, he has. Honestly, right, if you're going to have this critical situation happen to the Arizona Diamondbacks, and that's what I'm going to characterize it as, a critical situation, because we don't know how long it's going to be with Christian Walker. All I know is an oblique is bad. I don't care what you're talking about. An oblique is bad for the most part. Now, it might only be a couple of weeks or 3 weeks maybe, but, man, obliques sometimes can be months and not weeks, and certainly not days. So, again, that is where my concern is right now. But having said that, if you're going to tell me you're going to grab Josh Bell for cash considerations, sold. I'll take that all day long, especially because he's been playing well as of late.
Well, in that sense, if this was going to happen, it's so much better it happened last night than tonight, right? Because if this happens to Christian Walker tonight, what are you doing?
Right.
You can't.
Well, that's the positive. I like that, Luke. Stay positive.
I'm trying.
Stay positive,
Phoenix.
Phoenix.
Looking for the silver lining because they've had so many injuries this season that I think we've all sort of become accustomed to trying to find the silver lining. The silver lining here is if Christian Walker gets hurt tonight instead of last night, I don't know how much you can really do. Maybe Josh Bell would have ultimately been available because they're trying to.
Yeah, right.
But, it's just ideally players would stop getting hurt since it feels like everybody on the Diamondbacks has been hurt. The other thing I would say that's important is, it sounds like he's going on the injured list. The report was that the Diamondbacks received, quote, relatively good news, unquote, but that he's going on the injured list, the 10-day injured list.
Okay.
That's what it says.
That's what it
I'm
says.
reading right now.
Really?
The 10-day injured list doesn't mean you have to come back
exactly
in 10 days.
Right, exactly. Relatively good news. I'm going to take that, and I'm going to stick that right there in the positive column.
I would put that in the relatively positive category.
I'm going to say positive right there. Oh, my goodness. Really? I did not see that.
That's just,
I missed that
now.
right there. Look at Luke Lipinski breaking it.
So look, it's still
way to go, Luke.
It's still a hit, and that's where I'm trying to just sort of wrap my head around this. Like the optics look like, it's bad news. They went out and traded for a guy. How often do you trade for a guy after somebody gets hurt?
Yes.
But the trade deadline's today, so if they were going to trade for a guy, they had to do it today.
Yeah, for cash considerations. Once again, right? That's the only thing right there. That's how they're characterized.
And cash consideration does sound like a baseball player's name, but it's actually cash considerations.
Cash considerations right there. Interesting. That's it. Because stop and think about it. What if they would have given up prospects? You'd have been like, oh, man, this is going to be bad.
That's a costly injury.
That's
if you're giving up prospects 12 hours
exactly
later.
Right.
Yeah.
Who do they give up on the farm?
Yeah.
And you're thinking to yourself, okay, you know what, that's bad right there. He's going to be out for a couple of months. And that is not the case, ladies and gentlemen, which makes you feel a lot better.
That's the hope, right? The hope. I mean, it's still an unknown with Walker as far as how long he's actually going to be out. But we'll see. When we come back, is Kyler Murray one of the most accurate passers in the entire National Football League? There are stats out there that suggest he is. So we'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals have begun doing this and this. Practice is open to the public, and Arizona Sports is there with Wolf and Luke and Burns and Gambo, bringing you the sights and sounds from Cardinals training camp. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Get more of this, and this from the Cardinals and Arizona Sports on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about BackFit Health and Spine. I'm so excited to get my friend Earl in. You came to me and asked me about BackFit because you were having a lot of back pain.
Absolutely, man.
What are some of the things that they did? Stem cell treatment, right?
Stem cell treatment, the electronic treatment, the chiropractic treatment, the shots for the pain. Man, I start feeling better again.
How soon was it until you started feeling better?
Man, for me, it was the first week.
Now, you said you were skeptical because it didn't work at a lot of other places.
Right.
What would you say to people out there that are listening right now that are saying, I just learned to live with it because nobody's been able to help me?
Absolutely. I would say don't give up on an opportunity to check out BackFit. They really bring you in and check you out, make sure they find out what's wrong with you, and put you on a plan that would get you up and going again. I would say don't give up. I would say go try BackFit. It's been a game changer.
9 locations in the Valley for BackFit Health and Spine. They take all major medical. Text BACK to 620-620, and we'll get you the location nearest you.
Message and data rates may apply.
Trying to fight the Arizona sun all day, working outside, or trying to sneak in a workout after putting in a full day at the office can leave you dehydrated and fatigued, and I have found a product that checks all the boxes for my life, and I'm sharing it with you. Hydrate and recover from Wilderness Athlete. Dave Burns here, low in sugar, high in electrolytes, amino acids, and super convenient with the individual packets. Say goodbye to post-workout struggles and hello to optimal muscle repair. Get yours today at wildernessathlete.com. Use keyword Burns at checkout for an extra 20% off.
When it comes to betting on sports, most fans have a system. But at FanDuel, we know there's only one system that actually works. Using our responsible gaming tools to manage your play. With time limits, you can place a bet every now and then and still have time for everything else you want to do. And with wager limits, you only bet what you can afford, and betting always stays fun. Get with the system. Visit FanDuel.com/RG for more info. 21 plus and present in AC. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland from Turf Monsters. And Mike, one of our coworkers here at the radio station, just had their entire backyard done by Turf Monsters. Raves about your work. What makes your company so special?
Well, thank you, Dan, and thank you for the referral. We definitely appreciate it. What makes us special is we're a one-stop shop. We can turn your yard from nothing into whatever you want. We provide custom landscaping, custom barbecue pits, custom pergolas, whatever you need, we can do. We take great pride in our reputation, and we definitely stand behind our work.
And we all know in the summer times in Arizona, crazy hot. What about people who need some shade in their backyard? What can you do for them?
We got a few options. We can do any kind of custom pergola you need, slated, solid. We can do tree installation, plant installation. There's always ways to get you shade.
There you go. Schedule your free estimate at turfmonsters.com or give them a call at 623-323-3900 for Turf Monsters.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Wolf and Luke talking Cards Camp now.
We're really pushing it with Wolf here playing this song while we're sitting out here at training camp.
Yeah, that's okay.
I'm not even going to try.
Yeah, don't worry about it right now.
I am looking for this list we're going to talk about here, though.
What is the list that we're talking about?
You found the list.
Okay, well, I've got to look at the show sheet, and that's the problem.
Oh, I finally found it.
Never do a broadcast without looking at the show sheet.
Well, here's your part of the song.
You just do that in the tunnel, trust me. And look at a guy while you're doing it. Dude's like, this man's insane.
Oh, just do it at the grocery store.
Insane.
Do it in those self-checkout lines.
You know what? That's exactly what you want your opponent to think you are as well. Insane.
It's exactly what you want the person in front of you in the self-checkout line to think, too, so they get out of your way.
Especially when you're a wedge buster. You're running down the field, and you don't break stride. Imagine that. You don't break stride, Basin audience. Think about a guy running 50, 60 yards down the field on a dead sprint without breaking stride, without breaking down, hits a man who's 330 right in the face.
I got news for you. If you're a wedge buster, they already kind of think you might be a little insane. All right, so I finally solved
it felt good.
This mystery we've been trying to figure out off the air for the entire show, Wolf. You sent in an email a post by Warren Sharp that was the highest rate of incompletions due to inaccurate passes. Okay?
Yeah, right.
So I went to Warren Sharp's page on X and found it, but I found highest rate of incompletions due to inaccurate passes on passes traveling 10-plus yards.
Okay, there you go.
So
right
there was a slight difference. So for some reason, Warren Sharp has 2 lists like this out there. So let's just focus on yours, okay?
Okay.
Highest rate of incompletions due to inaccuracy, basically. So this is essentially saying you don't want to be high on this list. It's essentially saying, okay, you're throwing incomplete passes. Are they your fault, quarterback? Because it's a list of quarterbacks.
Okay.
Right? So it's like if you're high on this list, that means, yeah, these incomplete passes are because you can't throw. Like you're missing your receivers. Highest rate in the entire NFL last year was Deshaun Watson.
Okay.
Okay? That's your reference point. So you want to be low on this list. And in that sense, Kyler Murray is pretty low on the list. There are only 10 players on the list lower than him. And some of those players are Josh Allen, Dak Prescott, Justin Herbert, Jared Goff, Patrick Mahomes. Decent players.
Really good players, of course, right? Geno Smith actually was tops on this list.
I didn't say his name because I felt like it undercut the argument I was making.
Hey, listen, it doesn't mean you're a good quarterback. It doesn't mean you're a good quarterback because you have the least amount of inaccurate throws.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't mean you're a good quarterback. There's so much more to it. But I thought it was really, really interesting because Kyler Murray, of course, a lot of people are talking about Kyler Murray coming off the year that he came off of and whether or not Kyler Murray could throw the ball from the pocket because he was 5'10" and an eighth. And you know what? He can't throw the ball. He can't see down the field. Well, you know what? This stat doesn't back that notion up, doesn't back that narrative up that he can't see over the offensive lineman. Otherwise, he'd be throwing a ton of inaccurate passes for the most part.
Yeah.
So I looked at that and I thought, man, that's kind of cool right there. Now, once again, doesn't mean he's a great quarterback based on earnings. It just means he really took some strides in this offense last year, and we got to see it, literally.
It just means he's accurate when he's getting the throws off, right? I mean,
yes.
Doesn't mean he's making the right reads, doesn't mean he's making the
Correct.
right play to get to that, but when he throws the ball, he's at least tends to be accurate. So again, you want a lower percentage by this metric. Kyler Murray's percentage was 28.3%. So that's the percentage of incompletions he threw that were basically his fault. That's what you're saying. Josh Allen, for context, is 27.8. Patrick Mahomes, 24.5%, right there near the bottom of the list.
How about this? Joe Burrow. You just say Joe Burrow's a pretty good player.
I would.
28.9%.
All right, so basically right there with Kyler. I tell you,
Kyler underneath that though.
I tell you the name that jumps out to me. Jordan Love is one of the worst by this metric, 36.2%. He's up there in the Deshaun Watson, Trevor Siemian range. Bryce Young, Tyrod Taylor. How much did Green Bay just give him?
Oh, my goodness. 220? Was it 220 million?
And look, I mean, Green Bay's track record with
give
quarterbacks.
Give or take, bruh.
Yeah, just a couple tens of millions. Green Bay's track record with quarterbacks is pretty good. But, man, he basically played one season, and they gave him like $250 million.
Honestly, right now, just stop and think about it. Brett Favre, when did he come into the league? Brett Favre.
Early
just
90s.
Stop and think about it right now. When
91.
did Brett Favre come into the league? And then you followed up Brett Favre with Aaron Rodgers. Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers, and now Jordan Love. If Jordan Love goes on to have a career like Brett Favre and like Aaron Rodgers, the Green Bay Packers fan base, there's going to be a generation that doesn't even understand what not having a quarterback means. I mean, it blows your mind. It does. When you could go, 30, 40 years
Eventually,
without knowing what it's like not to have a quarterback?
Because we're already 30 years into this, aren't we?
Yes.
Eventually, this is going to be really bad for somebody, okay? Because when Brett Favre was wrapping up his career, it was like, can you imagine following Brett Favre? Okay, so then it was like, well, can you imagine following Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers? Well, if Jordan Love's going to be good, it's going to be, can you imagine following Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers and Jordan Love? It's pretty ridiculous what Green Bay's had going for them. But I would just say Jordan Love is...
That's still, it's
pretty
stunning.
Pretty unproven, I would argue. I think Matt Flynn started a game in there. So, see, they had to suffer for, 1 week.
Oh, you're right about that. Yeah, Matt Flynn.
Yeah, not a year, though. It was 1
Yeah,
game.
right, of course. Thank you.
Yeah. It must
Boy,
have been
you're
rough.
getting myopic right now.
Must have been rough for Packers fans that one year.
It was 1992, by the way.
That was Favre?
There are people driving around going, "When Brett Favre? When did he come into the league?" Well, it was 1991 with the Atlanta Falcons, and then, of course, remember he got traded to the Green Bay Packers, and Brett Favre, 1992 to 2007. With the Green Bay Packers, okay? Now, he played a few years after that, of course, as we all know. But 1992 with the Packers.
All right, and then Aaron Rodgers immediately took over and was good. So we're 32 years into
really,
this.
really good. Just think about that. That's stunning.
Back to Kyler Murray. He was asked, how can he get back to being one of the best downfield passers in this league?
Just being out there, dog. I feel like if I'm out there, every game, sky's the limit. I'm really excited about it.
All right, well, that seems simple enough.
Yeah,
he's out there right now.
Honestly, right now, too, I think being able to run the ball is really going to help him throw the ball.
Yes.
Yeah.
No,
what did you do there?
I'm just saying, like, in general, like, he's out there playing football now. A year ago at this time, he wasn't playing football.
Right,
so
that's a great point right there.
This is Drew Petzing on how they help Kyler continue to be one of the best quarterbacks.
We got to get people open for him. I think that's the easy answer. But no, it's really, and I've said this before, the down-the-field passing game is very high variance. It's not like in this league you're going to get 20 chances a game to push the ball to open people down the field. So, if a defense is doing their job, you're hoping to generate, 3, 4, 5 a game where they're truly down-the-field plays. A lot of explosives come from catch and runs, broken tackles, good underneath scheme. So if you miss 1 or 2 in a game, all of a sudden your percentage drops from 80 to 20. And all of a sudden it looks like you're not doing what you need to do. So I think I still feel very confident about his ability to do that, the personnel we have to utilize that. So it's not something I'm particularly worried about.
It's kind of like this, bro, right here. Stop and think about it. You're able to run the ball. You're able to run the ball. Now all of a sudden those 2 safeties high, not going to happen. They're going to bring one of those safeties down in the box. Now the other safety is going to go to the middle of the field, and now maybe you can take some shots down the field. That's what you can actually do. When you can run the ball, all of a sudden that defense is like, we better be able to stop the run. We better jam up the box or we're going to lose this game. And suddenly that opens up deep throws behind it, chunk throws behind it. It's the reason why, again, you got to be able to run the ball in run-down situations. And the teams that are able to do that, the best teams, even the Kansas City Chiefs, who really had a paradigm shift in the second half of the season, they were able to run the ball. And when you're able to run the ball, your entire playbook is at your disposal, including shots down the field. And that's why it's going to be critical for Kyler Murray. You want to get one-on-one on the outside, you better be able to run the ball.
That's what I was laughing when they had that story last week. I forget who it was, but they were like, they listed off the teams that have put their quarterback in the best position to succeed, and they listed off 21 of the teams, and the Cardinals weren't on it. Like, I would say the Cardinals are putting him in position to succeed this year, maybe more so than ever. All right. Text us your thoughts to the FanDuel text line at 620 right now. When we come back, Corbin Carroll delivered when the Diamondbacks needed him most last night. How did it feel? We're going to ask the Diamondbacks outfielder next. He'll join us. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs Nationals.
There goes Gurriel. The pitch swung on, hit well. Deep to right. Back it goes. Gone! Corbin Carroll! A 2-run pinch hit walk-off homer is the final blow of an improbable come-from-behind win as the Diamondbacks take down the Nationals by a final score of 9-8.
D-backs Nationals, Game 2 of 3 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Let's face it, nothing makes you look older than you really are than thinning hair. But what if you could not only increase your hair count, but promote new hair growth without surgery, without drugs with potential side effects, and without a prescription from your doctor? Well, now you can, thanks to a breakthrough new supplement called Hair Grow, provided by New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Europe. Hair Grow is now available in the U.S. Only Hair Grow contains Tocogaya, a powerful antioxidant that has received a U.S. patent. Multiple clinical studies show Hair Grow is safe and effective in promoting new hair growth. In one study, 95% of the patients using Hair Grow saw increased hair count. Don't lose more time and more hair. Try Hair Grow today to feel and look your best. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS. Look younger and feel more confident with Hair Grow by New Nordic at newnordicusa.com or in stores at your local CVS.
Hi, I'm Don Barano, Division President for Mattamy Homes. We're proud to be the Stories of Hope sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. Donations go toward research, clinical programs, state-of-the-art equipment, and family-friendly services that ensure world-class care. Your support will continue to grow specialized children's care here in Arizona. Call 602-933-4567.
You can also text GIVE to 620-620.
The children at PCH need our help now more than ever.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Noel Aboud, the great founder of Revitalize Weight Loss and Wellness. And Doc, we've all heard about these popular weight loss medications that are out now. As somebody who's been helping people lose weight and keep it off for a long time, what's your take?
I think it's a wonderful benefit if you have a lot of weight to lose, but at what cost? And that's the question you need to ask. What is your goal? If it's just to lose weight, that can be achieved. But what is the damage it may cause in the body? I think these are the kind of things that we need to look at. And if we don't change our mindset around food, chances are the weight's going to come back on. And as our book says, fear no food. We don't want you to be tied to a scale the rest of your life.
Win the battle over your weight loss struggles once and for all. Go talk to the team at Revitalize Weight Loss, where from now through the end of the month, your initial consultation with Dr. Aboud and his great team is absolutely free. Schedule online at revitalizeweightloss.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Some news ahead of the MLB trade deadline. The Arizona Diamondbacks have reportedly traded for first baseman Josh Bell from the Miami Marlins for cash considerations. This comes after D-backs first baseman Christian Walker exited yesterday's 9-8 win over the Nationals with what the team described as left oblique soreness. Our John Gambadoro reports that Walker will go on the injured list with a mid-oblique strain. The D-backs and Nats play again tonight. Ryan Nelson goes up against former D-back Patrick Corbin. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And joining Wolf and Luke next is the hero of last night's 9-8 win, Corbin Carroll. The latest is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
Overtime and overdue.
Right, well, just another victory for the
Ain't no sleep that is on the
night. They've now won 4 of their last 5. Maybe not exactly how you draw it up, Wolf. Go down 6-0, go down 8-2, but still worked. Still won the game. 5 in the bottom of the 9th. Corbin Carroll's joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. Of course, Corbin Carroll hit the walk-off home run. Corbin, thanks so much for the time, man. How you doing?
Hey, good. Thanks for having me.
Can you just kind of take us through at what point did you guys kind of start? You haven't looked like you've thought like you were out of a game really in a while, but at what point did you guys start to realize last night the comeback might be a reality?
Once the bottom of the 9th got rolling, could tell with that big homer, that put us right back in it and gave us a shot to win it with still no outs.
So, Corbin, how does a walk-off feel, man? How does that walk-off home run feel, this being the first of your career?
Yeah, it felt great. Like you guys mentioned, going down early, just really, really big to be able to pull a win out of that one. So that was just a great feeling.
Corbin, did you call home after that?
Did I call home? Did I call like my parents?
Yes.
Yeah, I called my dad. My mom's down here right now, so.
Oh, that's kind of cool. Okay, what was the reaction? I mean, was he watching it?
Yeah, he was watching it. She was listening to it on the radio, so they're just, happy for me having that moment. And, cool, go home and hug mom.
No doubt.
We're talking to Corbin Carroll. Corbin, you're obviously not typically a pinch hitter, so what was your routine like last night to be ready if you got called on in that moment?
Kind of was just working on some mechanical stuff throughout the day, so had taken a lot of swings, and, Vanny came over to me in the ninth and told me I could possibly pinch hit, and went back in the cage, took a couple more swings, and that was about it.
Corbin, how are you feeling about this season and where you're at right now in regard to how you're playing?
Just trying to take it a day at a time, be present, and try and do something every day to help the team win. And so that's kind of where I'm at.
It seems like the power's been coming back here over the last month. The 6 home runs in this last month. Is that something that you emphasize, or is that just kind of that comes with when you're hitting the ball the way you want to hit it?
Yeah, that's nice. Definitely feel good about kind of that piece being there this last month. And again, just kind of searching for some more consistency, and just big credit to the hitting coaches and kind of the work that we're putting in. Those guys are working just as hard as me, so it's been good.
Yeah, Corbin, it's interesting because when I was a player in the National Football League, of course, I can tell you I was really hard on myself. I was hard on myself constantly. I was my own harshest critic. And it didn't always work in my favor when I was always criticizing myself. Right now, we're told that you're hard on yourself. Would you agree with that statement, Corbin?
Sure. I think I just try and be real with myself, and it's not in a pessimistic or negative way. It's just trying to be real with myself and where I'm at and what needs to happen.
Yeah, it's interesting, though, Corbin, because once again, I came to a point in my career where I realized you always have to be able to tell the truth about yourself. You always have to be able to evaluate yourself. Don't try to Jedi mind trick yourself about what is going on. You have to be truthful in your evaluation. But there is such a thing as being too hard on yourself from time to time. Do you feel like, Corbin, sometimes you're too hard on yourself?
No, not really.
All right, fair enough. Corbin, we're talking to Corbin Carroll. Torey Lovello brought up Ketel Marte after the game last night and how this guy deserves MVP consideration, and he's starting to get it, I think, but he has just been so consistent this season. What can you tell us about Ketel and just how he's helped you guys really all year?
Yeah, he's been incredible. He's been incredible since game one. It's been really fun to play with him and watch him. Both sides of the plate, just killing balls in the field. The defense has been really, really good this year. It's just seems like he's got some extra range this year, getting to a few balls that maybe he wasn't getting to before. So I think he'd tell you that he's as motivated as anyone, and it's really shown up this year, and really, really happy and proud of him.
So where's the confidence level with the team right now, Corbin?
We feel good. We've been playing good baseball for a good little stretch here. I think as you mentioned earlier, it doesn't feel like we're out of any games. We've got a lot of confidence in our offense, and we know it takes a lot to beat us. And then on the other side of the ball, the pitching's been really good. I think you could really point to Ryan Nelson and Brandon Pfaadt especially. Man, they've put together some good stretches themselves. So, and then bullpen's been coming in and shutting it down. It's been a very just team oriented last couple weeks, going on a month now.
Talking to Corbin Carroll. Corbin, how much do you think last year's experience and you guys going all the way to the World Series is helping this year? Because you've had your fair share of obstacles and injuries as a team, and it hasn't really seemed to phase you guys as a group.
Yeah, I mean, that experience is always good. Last year, I think having a ton of younger players who hadn't really gone through something like that before, now having that under our belt, just maybe a little less, not less urgency, but less panic, right? We understand now a little bit better the ebbs and flows of the season, and a bad stretch of games doesn't mean you're a bad team. A good stretch of good games doesn't mean you're a great team. So we're trying to be consistent and just keep plugging through this thing a day at a time.
Corbin, do you feel like you're in a groove personally right now? Do you feel like you are climbing the mountains, so to speak? Do you feel like you are getting better?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know. I think just, again, trying to take it a day at a time, realize that yesterday's results have no impact on today's, and just, again, kind of trying to separate everything and, just be in the moment and try and do something to help the team win.
Corbin, we appreciate the time. Congratulations again on last night's win. Good luck tonight, all right?
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. That's Corbin Carroll. Wow, look at that. Even hit the post. They hit the air horn right as
beautiful.
Corbin Carroll joining us there on the Arizona Sports Line. Yeah, that was a crazy finish last night, not just because of the 5 runs in the ninth, but because he doesn't usually pinch hit. He doesn't have a pinch hit home run until last night. He didn't have a walk-off home run until last night. The power, that's kind of why I asked him that. I don't know how much the power is an emphasis of his game necessarily, but the power has been back the last month. 6 home runs in the month of July. There's a lot of players around Major League Baseball that are power hitters that don't have 6 home runs in the month of July. So I don't know. That's you said this earlier, Wolf. They're going to have to absorb. We didn't know it at the time, but now we do. Christian Walker going on the injured list. The best way to absorb that is Corbin Carroll. Being Corbin Carroll.
Can you imagine right there? The biggest addition, of course, to the Arizona Diamondbacks would be if Corbin would be playing the way that he was last year, of course, right? I mean, it'd be huge how integral he was to the success of the Arizona Diamondbacks in 2023, of course, and we know he's had a rough go of it this year so far, but man, signs of life with Corbin Carroll right now, and hopefully he feels it too.
Yeah, I would maintain, especially for like the last month, he's been in the middle of a lot of these big innings for the Diamondbacks, and he capped off the big inning last night. When we come back, we're out here at State Farm Stadium. We can just go all in on practice that's happening in front of us right now. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I think somebody noticed that the Suns needed to add some point guard play to the offense. After signing Monty Morris to come off the bench earlier this month, they went out and got themselves a starting point guard last weekend. Tyus Jones comes in from the Wizards to run the point, and to leave all Suns fans wondering, who comes off the bench now? What's Coach Bud going to do? And how many more players from Duke can the Suns get on the squad? Stay tuned for answers on the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
A secure retirement just doesn't happen by accident. When that day comes, what's most important to you? Are you sure to have more money than month? What about unexpected medical costs? Do you want to leave something to the kids or the grandkids? I'm Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know we specialize in these questions and can help make your retirement dream a reality with some of the highest guarantees in the business. Imagine getting up to a guaranteed 12% growth on your retirement income and up to a 30% bonus up front just for opening an account. If you have funds sitting idle in an old 401k or IRA, consider guaranteeing it to secure the peace of mind you deserve. Don't leave your financial security to chance. Take advantage of the highest guarantees I've seen in my career. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Or visit us online at TrajanWealth.com.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims-paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Bear Henley, one of the owners of Walt's TV and Appliance. And Bear, if you're a sports fan, this must be a great time to shop at Walt's.
No doubt, Dan. You know, the Paris Olympics will be a nightly spectacle, and it won't be long before football season is here, which means it's a great time to go big, as in big screen. And if you let us pair that up with the right audio component, your viewing experience will be magical.
And if you drop my name, you'll get 10% off installation labor, or you can upgrade to a 3-year warranty for free. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner. You can shop online at waltz.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Gotta change my oil.
How about Valvoline Restore and Protect? It restores and protects your engine to run like new.
Get in zone.
It restores your engine to, like, factory clean?
And protects.
Get in zone.
So Valvoline Restore and Protect restores and protects.
Now you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for $37.99.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Febreze.
So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up, then spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
If you're struggling to lose weight, here's some good news. It's called RM3 from Red Mountain Weight Loss. RM3 works on your belly, hips, and thighs, attacking unhealthy fat and helping you lose up to 20 pounds a month. It's safe for men and women, and it's not a stimulant, so it won't make you nervous or jittery. This patented medication is available only by prescription, and you can only get it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Lose 20 pounds by this time next month with the medical experts you can trust at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey, it's Gamble. Mortgage rates are making news every day, but what's putting the worst financial squeeze on people isn't mortgage rates, but credit card interest rates, which can be higher than 24%. But there's hope. My friends at the Lund Mortgage team can help you take back control and get you out from under those high balance and high interest debts by consolidating your debt with a home equity line of credit. Some of their clients are saving $1,000 or more each month. That's like getting a $12,000 tax-free salary increase. You owe it to your family to learn more. So visit them online today at lundmortgage.com. That's lundmortgage.com.
It's Robert from All Pro Shade Concepts. We have hundreds of color and fabric options to match your home and block up to 100% of the sun with the touch of a button. Go to allproshade.com for a free, no-pressure estimate. That's allproshade.com.
This is where the hope and the hype finally mix it up on the field.
Hey, this is Kyler Murray. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke live at Cardinals training camp.
All right, final segment of the show from State Farm Stadium. Thanks to Corbin Carroll for joining us. Thanks to Lorenzo Alexander, Darius Robinson for joining us as well today. And, Darius Robinson's on the field right now. Wolf, we got practice right in front of us going on. And, feel free if you want to launch into your 12 personnel. This is your chance to do it.
Oh, yeah, this is definitely what I'm going to do. It's one of the things that I saw over the last couple of days we've been here, Basinonians. 12 personnel, 1 back, 2 tight ends, and the promise of what this could possibly bring for the Arizona Cardinals, of course, in rundown situation. They lined Elijah Higgins. He happened to be the guy that was up. He lined him up, and they put him at fullback, Elijah Higgins. Okay?
Oh, boy, here we go.
So now all of a sudden they put him at fullback in 12 personnel. There was 1 back, 2 tight ends. The other tight end was Trey McBride at that point in time. And, man, I about hit the roof because I'm thinking to myself, this is going to be so good right here. They can do the exact same thing with Tip Ryman. Tip Ryman as the fullback. So you've got 1 back, 2 tight ends. That's a little bit different, Basinonians, than having a fullback in the game. Now you can take Tip Ryman, who happens to be 273 pounds, okay?
6'5".
And 6'5", 273 pounds, line him up, put his toes at 5, put his hand in the dirt, and let him be a fullback with Trey McBride on the field. Now stop and think about it. It's 12 personnel right there, one back, two tight ends, and now all of a sudden you can give them a totally different look with those two tight ends, with Tip Ryman being the fullback. And now all of a sudden, just like the Baltimore Ravens, who are the most physical team in the league, and I believe the Cardinals will challenge that title this year, just like the Ravens do with Patrick Ricard, who's 303 pounds. Okay, now that's not 275. That's 303 pounds out there. Still, that's where the Cardinals are trending in their 12 personnel. The fact that they can go with a true 12 personnel and then jump into 21 personnel, you just don't know what they're going to do as a defensive coordinator. You have no idea. And then, here's the beauty of that. Then you can also go 12 personnel. Man, the defensive coordinator's looking out there going, oh, okay, well, I don't know. Maybe it's at 21 personnel. Are they going to put Tip Ryman down in a three-point stance in an eye? Are they going to do that? Or no? Are they just going to line up and just go 12 personnel with two stud tight ends out in the field? Well, we don't know. Okay, now 12 personnel, and you split the wide receivers out wide. Maybe it's Michael Wilson, of course, and Marvin Harrison Jr. Have you heard of this guy?
Oh, yeah, he's on the team. Yeah.
Okay, Marvin Harrison Jr. and Michael Wilson split out wide. In the slot, in a flex position, it's called in the NFL, you got Tip Ryman and you got Trey McBride. And now all of a sudden, you're in the shotgun, and you've got James Conner back there. You don't know if they're going to run the ball. You don't know if they're going to throw the ball. You know that, oh, my goodness, I thought they were going to pack it in and try to blow our face off. Now all of a sudden, they're in the shotgun, and they got two tight ends who can catch the ball in the slot, and then they've got two wide receivers on the outside. And look, it's James Conner. You want to spread the field? Well, wait a minute. We thought you were going to pack it in. So now all of a sudden it's based on the formation that the Arizona Cardinals want to get in. The personnel group is there, but you don't know what they're going to do. You don't know if they're going to run it, throw it. You have no idea what they're going to do. And they can get into formations that you weren't expecting because of the personnel that they have. Can I just tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, 12 personnel is going to be fascinating for the Cardinals and what they could possibly do. I can't wait to see it, and it's got me jacked. Can you tell?
No, not at all. You sound like you sound very bored with the whole concept of 12 personnel. I want to ask you one question, though, and I think the drill may have ended while you were doing that. But you had two quarterbacks throwing to two receivers out there. They're still doing it. Do the receivers know where the ball's coming from on this drill? Do they know which quarterback's throwing them the ball?
Wow, I would imagine so.
Okay,
of course,
I didn't know if that was part of it. With two quarterbacks, I didn't know if it was like it looks like they do know because it keeps whoever, even if you start on the left side and you cut to the right in front of Kyler, he's the one throwing you the pass. It's an interesting drill. But no, going back to what you were saying, you've been on this since before the Cardinals even drafted Tip Ryman.
Man,
what he could potentially open up for them, and we've heard more and more people nationally kind of on the pick of Tip Ryman, and I think a lot of national people are looking at it from the perspective of he's more athletic than his stats would indicate.
No doubt about it.
And that there's something to that, and obviously because of that, it opens up a lot of what you're saying. But the essence of what you're saying, where you can put your personnel out there and the opposing defense doesn't know what's coming.
They have no idea what kind of formation you're going to get into. You're capable of going spread, or you're capable of packing it in, or you're capable of packing it in with a fullback.
See, the reason I love that is it's not that it's simple from the Cardinals side, but like how many years did it seem like the Cardinals were trying so hard to trick the other team that they were tricking themselves, it felt like. And by the end, it felt like the other team knew what was coming. Whereas this is like the Cardinals, once they get this offense down, once these guys all kind of know this, it's not going to be that complicated from the Cardinals side of things, but it can be simple from them and still be really difficult as a defense. I go back to what Lorenzo Alexander told us multiple times over the years. It was like, if you're running play action, I have to stop for a second and figure out if the ball went to James Conner or now if you're rolling out and throwing over my head to Marvin Harrison Jr.
That's right. That's exactly right. It is powerful. Many times an inside linebacker will have to guess. Based on he's left to guess as to what, did you hand it off or not? And then all of a sudden when he realizes he guessed wrong, he's in trouble. I also want to bring this up too. 12 personnel, when you've got those two wide receivers, and I think it's going to be big wide receivers, when you've got Marvin Harrison Jr. and Michael Wilson on the field together, those are two big wide receivers right there, strong wide receivers. And I saw this in a drill the other day. Marvin Harrison Jr. with a crackback block. Now, again, the crackback is not the way you're thinking of a crackback, ladies and gentlemen. You can't blindside a guy anymore. What you can do is get position, and if a pitch is coming that way, you can block somebody as long as you see face-to-face, eye-to-eye. You can't waylay a guy the way you used to do it. You just can't do it anymore in the NFL. Having said all that, I saw Marvin Harrison Jr. crack, if you will, on B.J. Ojulari.
Wow.
260 pounds. And guess what? He held up in the process. That's is
not
really
a bad sign.
So you tell me Marvin Harrison Jr. is willing to do that as well? What's that say to every other wide receiver in that room? You better be doing it too.
Yeah, it's gonna be something to see how he does stuff like that, right? The Cardinals didn't draft Marvin Harrison Jr. because he's a good blocker, but
that's right.
Again, I go back to who his dad was, and we've already seen sort of previews of what his process is like. Like he's got very specific routines he goes through before even practice. We've heard this, right? He's so like he's got his process that he goes through. I gotta think. With his dad being Marvin Harrison Sr., he appreciates the value of blocking, even if he's not a blocking receiver. Like, yeah, he knows the importance of that.
He's out there playing with edge.
He just got a pass there, too, from Kyler. I feel like every time Kyler throws him a pass, we should just interrupt what we're doing and point out that Kyler completed a pass to Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah, I'm sitting there, too, watching Tip Ryman catch the ball once again. He just ran a 4 route right there. That's a 10-yard hook, Basinonians. And he comes back to the ball and just soft. His hands are so much better than 19 receptions.
But that was the college system he was in.
That's the system he was in, yes.
Let me ask you this. What was your height and weight when you played?
I was 6 foot 222 pounds.
How much damage would you have done if you were 6'5", 273?
Can I just tell you right now, and based on earnings, I say this in all humility. Trust me, in all humility. The feds would have arrested me after the game.
I was going to say, I don't think you would have made it 10 years because you would have been tossed out of the league.
I have always wondered about that. If I could have been 6'5", 273 pounds, because I had to run through blocks. Many fullbacks, because they were 250 pounds, they would break down right before they hit the guy. They'd hit him hard, of course, but they wanted to get their feet underneath them because they wanted to move them. I knew I couldn't move them. I had one shot at actually being able to block a linebacker in the NFL, hit him in the face with my helmet. Take my helmet, hit him in the face, and stun him, Luke. That was it.
The best case would have been like one of those 90s comedies where overnight you become 6'5", 270 after you've already been in the league for 5 years.
Wow.
All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Aaron Maloney. Thanks to Jesse Morrison back at the studios for Wolf. I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Chaw!
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming soon. You can make a difference for Arizona kids when you listen beginning Monday, August 12th. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Ak-Chin Indian community.
Whataburger. Hot, fresh, and right. Are you a Hatch green chili fan? Yes? It's time to get your green chili double all-time favorite at Whataburger. Made to order just like you like it. Double meat, double cheese, crispy bacon, plus the smooth, roasted heat of Hatch green chilies. Hot, fresh, and right. Stop by and order that green chili double today. Download the Whataburger app and receive a free Whataburger. Whataburger, bringing your hot, fresh, and right flavors 24/7.
We're a two Ford family. Yep, Paul Calvise here. In fact, Ford has been part of our family for generations. Built Ford proud dates back more than a century in this country, and the future, it is here at our Desert Ford dealers. Like those F-Series trucks, built Ford tough, and the all-new 2024 F-150 with the all-new interior and exterior is designed to be the most rugged, dependable, and productive ever. No workbench, no outlet, no problem. With Pro Power on board and that convenient work service, the F-150 has you covered. SUVs, there's the Ford Bronco Sport with 5 available trims, the Ford Explorer with all the advanced tech, plus 3-row seating that folds down for tons of cargo room, and you gotta love how there's a powertrain for everyone. Gas, hybrid, electric, like that 2024 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance and zero tailpipe emissions. Bottom line, get to our Desert Ford dealers and see how a new Ford fits your future at buyfordnow.com.
Arthritis can be simply awful, bone on bone, constant pain, robbing you of so much of the stuff you love to do. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and I've got some good news for you. There are now effective ways to deal with that pain, and I'm talking about cellular therapies that can get you lasting relief, and the place to go, QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics uses advanced regenerative medicine to treat the pain, enhance your joints, restore your mobility, and give you long-term relief. This is why they are called the future of medicine. So if you are living with chronic pain, you need to know steroids and surgery and pain pills no longer your only options. The local medical professionals at QC Kinetics are ready to help you get your life back. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. What is up, Chris?
What's up, Dave? This month is all about trucks at Liberty GMC. With over 200 different ones to choose from, I'm sure we have your perfect next truck. On top of that, we have huge savings like up to $14,500 off the all-new 2024 GMC Sierra 1500.
Liberty GMC is the place to go for your next truck. Shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Happy MLB trade deadline day. Teams have been making moves at a furious pace, and we have just an hour left on this 3 p.m. deadline. Diamondbacks have made another trade today with the Marlins, once again, adding first baseman Josh Bell in exchange for cash considerations. Now, I know what you're thinking. First baseman. Well, what does that mean for Christian Walker? Well, I'll tell you. Per our John Gambadoro, Walker is set for a trip to the injured list after he left last night's game dealing with an oblique strain. This is what Gambo is reporting as a mild oblique strain. Gambo goes on to say that Kevin Newman is set to make the start at first base tonight. Game 2 against the Nationals from Chase Field, and the excitement is sky high after that thrilling walk-off win last night. It'll be Ryan Nelson's turn on the bump, and old friend Patrick Corbin will get the start for DC. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then from the Phoenix Suns, the addition of Tyus Jones is now official. Point guard comes to Phoenix on a 1-year deal. He's also set to speak with members of the media tomorrow afternoon. The latest is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction. Located on 51st Avenue, just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw. On this Tuesday afternoon, good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo.
Burnsy, what's going on?
Not much, man. What's going on with you?
What's going on?
What is going on? Got a trade deadline coming up at 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah.
We got that unbelievable win last night.
Busy.
You know, of all the nights
I know.
Of all the nights for your streaming internet not to work, we had to pick the night the Diamondbacks were down by 6 runs twice and had to score 5 in the ninth to come back. Of all the nights, Gambo.
Well, I will say at 6:49 p.m., I get this message from you. Well, you picked a hell of a game to go to. Are you even at to see your seat yet?
It was 5-0. I wasn't even sure you were there. It was 5-0.
By the time the game started, I had already said hello to Bert and Coley and Leo and Zins and Chris and said hello to everybody.
Yeah, you got your journey tickets. You were good to go, right? You were set. I was afraid. We were coming all the way from Cardinals camp. I didn't go to the baseball game you did. I just thought you probably weren't even in your seat yet, and you were down 5-0. Did you stay for the whole game? Or did you leave?
Of course, I stayed for the whole game. I talked to Corbin Carroll afterwards and Lovello and. Yeah, and but I will say this: I got a message from a guy I know, and he said, "Here was the message, Gambo, I left that game, bro." I'm like, seriously? That was freaking awesome, but I missed it. Yeah. I'm like, yeah. I mean, that is like, there are times when you leave a game and it's justified. Your team's getting killed. There's 3 innings left. You're like, what the hell? Let me just get home and beat the traffic and not get stuck for 30 minutes. Although the traffic out of the ballpark is never that bad. It really isn't. And there are times you're like, okay, I'm going to stay and I'm going to wait this thing out. And for those that stayed and waited it out, they got to see a tremendous game. And I'm going to talk about it in a little bit, so I don't want to waste all of our energy on that right now because we got the trade deadline.
You will be rewarded for that a little bit later. But I was able to watch the game, just not live because I couldn't. We were having internet issues last night for the last 24 hours or so. But I watched it. I'm caught up on it. Let's get everybody caught up on what happened with the Diamondbacks at the trade deadline because it's not over yet. Top story of the day.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in. Brought to you by Revitalize Weight Loss.
All right, we are 56 minutes away from the trade deadline in Major League Baseball, and it has been already a very news-making kind of day for the Arizona Diamondbacks because they have acquired first baseman Josh Bell from the Miami Marlins. Gambo reported earlier today that it was for cash consideration, so he comes over in a deal for money. And it is impossible not to think about this without thinking about Christian Walker and what it means for him with the oblique injury he suffered last night.
Yes. When that injury happened, I immediately spoke to a lot of people in the organization, and the feeling was, okay, he's a tough guy. If this is only going to be a couple of days, we'll call up Pavin Smith. Pavin Smith and Kevin Newman will man first base. So the thought last night was that if this is something that he can, doesn't have to go on the IL, just give him a couple days off, that they wouldn't need to go out and go get a first baseman. They were never going to be out on a Cody Bellinger for $30 million a year. A lot of people asked me about that. I shot that down. But when they found out this morning that it was a mild oblique strain, and that's what I reported earlier, that it is a mild oblique strain, he is going to be out at least 10 days, at least 10, maybe more. They felt the need to go get a first baseman. They pulled a deal. They give up cash for Josh Bell. Josh Bell comes over. They didn't give up any players to get him. So good move by Mike Hazen. They don't give up any players to get him. And basically, the way it works out is, his salary for this season is $16.5 million. He's owed about $5.5 for the rest of the year. The Diamondbacks are paying $2.25 of the remainder of that deal. That's what I also reported as well. The trade deadline has a little bit to go. I just got a message just a short time ago that it's still slow. The Diamondbacks are still working the phones. Nothing is imminent right now. Still slow, but they haven't given up on, looking for other pieces.
Yeah, and we'll give everybody an update on what they could be looking for coming up in a couple of segments because obviously with the deadline coming up at 3, I think attention now would I think the really interesting one would be if they go get another reliever and if they in particular go get another high leverage reliever because you're almost what you're finding now is you're kind of getting clues as to the state of the current roster right now. They go out and get a first baseman because they're worried about their first baseman.
Yes.
If they make another move for a reliever, a high leverage late inning reliever, I think you can correctly read into that they might be a little worried about Paul Sewald and how they're going to anchor the back end of their bullpen. So I think if there's anything we're watching for, it's that as kind of a, for lack of a better word, a tell for their inside thinking on how they feel about Sewald and his ability to bounce back from this. The Walker thing hurts, and I know you're saying at least 10 days. Torey Lovello, after last night's game, and it was obviously he was euphoric. Everybody was euphoric after the win. But there was a price to pay for it. Here's what Torey said about Christian Walker.
It's not minimal. He's going to get some imaging tomorrow morning, and he's a very tough player. And I blame myself in a lot of different ways for this because I asked him to go out there every day. He's only had probably, I don't even know, 18, maybe 24 innings off this year. So that's on me. I got to be a little bit better at managing him, and I will once he gets out of this little situation.
Because Torrey was talking about that before yesterday's game. Man, I got to get him a day off. We're grinding him so hard.
He's such a great defender. And I was in the press room. I asked that question about Walker to Torrey, and he just mentioned how tough he was. And listen, they thought that he faded last year. He did not have a good postseason. And they thought part of the reason he faded is because of the heavy workload in the regular season. So it is somewhat surprising to me that, knowing that he faded last year in the postseason, and they were aware of that, they wanted to give him a little bit of a break. It's just hard. It's just he is such a great defensive player, and he makes plays that nobody else can make. And we're going to really realize how much they miss him when he's out for these couple of weeks at least right here, because he's just, he's a nice bat in the middle of the lineup with power. But defensively, man, he just makes every single play. I don't think there's anybody better in baseball at turning the double play on a grounder where you've got to take a ball at first and throw it to second. It's just incredible. So they're going to miss him. But, yeah, I think, Torrey's wearing it a little bit, thinking maybe if I would have rested him a little bit better, this doesn't happen. I don't know about that. I think it probably still happens.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't. I get it, and I agree with you that this shouldn't be something that Torrey Lovello is kicking himself for, because there are. And I was just thinking when you were talking, we get the lineup every single day, and when we see it, when there are certain guys that aren't in that lineup, you just know immediately you're going to miss them. You're going to miss Ketel Marte when he's not in the lineup. He's either as a designated hitter or a second baseman. You're going to miss Christian Walker. You're going to miss Gabriel Moreno, and you're going to miss Geraldo Perdomo. Those to me are the four guys that if they're not there, I did not include Corbin Carroll on that list. Those four guys, when they're not in a lineup on a daily basis, my discomfort level just goes up a little bit. I mean, it's just I'm just not as comfortable with the Diamondbacks as I am when those guys are out there. Hopefully, mild oblique strain, more than 10 days, hopefully not too much more than 10 days, because you wouldn't want to see them without him for a long period of time. As long as this is like 2 or 3 weeks, I think everybody's okay. Anything more than that, you're really going to miss Christian Walker, even with the addition of Josh Bell, I think.
The last word I got, which was about an hour ago, is that